2012 Planning Commission meeting. I will start with the minutes from the September 4th and September 6th meeting. Any comments? Let's start with the 4th. On the minutes from the 4th. Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Minutes of September 6th, 2012. Any comments? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that's motion also carries. So we'll start tonight with 2012 D10 preliminary of home properties to construct a 1,157 square foot fitness center on their site at 200 David Drive in Rosemont, submitted 8/28/12. Is the applicant here? Thank you. Please come forward. Introduce yourself and give us a brief overview of what you're seeking.
You know, we can share the space. That works better for you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Reardon with Bowler Engineering. I'm here tonight on behalf of Home Properties. Home Properties is proposing to develop a fitness center centrally located on their existing Bryn Mawr property. It's actually 1,165 square feet, just to clarify. The center is actually going to be located right off of Charles Drive in what is now kind of an open, somewhat open green area with some trees and a large asphalt walkway that. There's existing a large asphalt walkway that connects between Charles Drive and David Drive. As part of this plan, we are proposing to construct the fitness center here, put in some new sidewalk to connect to the existing sidewalk, and also remove that large existing asphalt path and replace it with a much smaller concrete sidewalk. In addition, we're proposing to add in a new crosswalk and handicap ramps to provide access from the eastern side of the property to the western side. The overall plan actually reduces the overall impervious coverage on the property because of the removal of that large path, but we're still providing some additional stormwater management. I'll show a separate plan. Behind the proposed structure is a underground seepage pit. We've done some testing. The ground does infiltrate there. So the runoff from the roof will all be directed into that seepage pit. So the combination of the removal of the existing path and the roof getting into this, we are planning to meet all of the requirements of the stormwater management ordinance for both rate and for volume. The plans were before the Shade Tree Commission. We did receive their recommendation. They did have some comments on the plan. Those have been incorporated into this landscape plan, consisting of some modifications to the tree protection fencing and some notes just to make sure that any of the construction during the removal of the path did not impact those existing trees that were there. The plans were submitted back at the end of August. Again, they were revised to address those comments as well as Gilmore's. Gilmore has issued a subsequent review. We have taken a look at it. There's a few minor issues that we need to address on the plans, which we've provided a response to the township indicating that we can comply with those. So based on that, we're here this evening requesting a recommendation for preliminary and final approval.
Now, what things would the Shade Tree Commission recommend?
They recommended, actually on the landscape plan, there's a number of notes. They wanted to make sure that tree protection fencing was installed as close to the existing path as possible so that the existing trees were preserved. They wanted to make sure that there were special methods put in place so that any of the The root systems were not damaged during the removal of that path, and they wanted to make sure that an arborist took a look at the trees, and if there was any type of fertilizer that was needed, that would be taken care of at the early stages. So we added a series of notes to direct the contractor to make sure that those methods are followed.
I seem to remember something about they wanting to make sure that that path had been ripped up prior to the construction of the building or the underground water retainage. Does that ring a bell? Or you don't remember that part?
I don't recall that. I know that there was some concern about the location of the underground pit relative to where the trees were, so we've revised the plan to make sure that we're providing enough buffer between that proposed basin and the trees.
I have to go back to my
Okay.
go back to my notes and check. If I remember correctly, they because the only access to tearing up the path is going to be from where the building is sitting. Is that correct? Because the other end is already landscaped. You get any kind of heavy material through there, or heavy equipment, it's going to damage the roots of the trees just by running over them. And they wanted, if possible, to tear up the existing sidewalk and coming in from where the building is, which means you have to do the order correctly, which is the reason I'm asking the question. Does that ring a bell?
Not
to you.
exactly, but
Okay.
if it is a concern and want to make sure it happens that way, then I'm sure we can add a subsequent note to clarify that.
All right. All right, I'll go back and look what the shade tree said. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
When you originally had this before us, and we didn't see it, if I remember correctly, originally your request was to kind of bypass the entire preliminary planning, the preliminary and final plan process. Now you just want to combine them together tonight? Is that the change of the waiver request? Is that, do I remember that correctly?
Correct.
Initially, they wanted to kind of bypass the whole process?
Yes, now their request is to combine preliminary and final plan approval at the same time.
So it is a change in that waiver request?
Correct, and it's staff's recommendation that only preliminary be considered at this time.
Is that only preliminary?
Yes.
Okay. If I remember reading on the plan, was there an existing nonconformity with the parking?
There's a number of existing nonconformities, yes.
Right.
But yes, the existing parking is below the ratio of the parking.
And if I remember, there's talk, the emergency services wanted us to remove 2 parking spaces. So
Yes.
it's going to worsen the existing nonconformity.
Actually, we have analyzed that a little bit further. The area that they were referring to was the intersection of Charles Drive and Glenbrook Drive. We did provide both left in, left out, right in, and right out turning templates to the township engineer to indicate that they can make that maneuver here without impacting these 2 spaces closest to the intersection. So it's our position that we don't think that those 2 spaces need to be preserved, so we would not be creating any kind of furthering of existing nonconforming issues.
You mean that they don't need to be removed?
Correct, right.
Where does staff land on that?
Well, since we just received those exhibits this afternoon via email, we've looked at them briefly, but I haven't had a chance to have my traffic engineer analyze them, which I'll do tomorrow. I would also like to speak with the fire chief just to make sure that he is aware of these turning movements and what they show in the event that our traffic engineer concurs with what the applicant's engineer has submitted. So at this point, I can't give you a definitive answer whether or not we agree or disagree, but I would like to evaluate it a little bit further.
And the intention is that this is only for the residents of the facility. You're not turning this into
Absolutely,
a business
yeah.
and...
Nope, it's purely to have key card access, so only residents can access the facility.
Other questions of the applicant?
That's all I had.
I had a question for Kevin. Apart from wanting to go over some of these turning issues again with the fire and safety people, were there other reasons that you know of that the staff would not recommend combining the preliminary and the final?
At this point, we were in the process of analyzing the ordinances to look at those projects and develop a set of criteria and guidelines for waiver of land developments and consolidation. Right now, the ordinance doesn't have anything that's clear and direct for us to look at as to say which projects would be worthy of preliminary and final, which would be worthy of a complete waiver of land development. So we're trying to be consistent in all of our recommendations for that until we can get some language, unless it's a very extreme special case.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. How many employees do you expect this facility to have?
One, two? Okay. Sorry, with me this evening is Mike DiCiaccio with Home Properties. He can answer any specific questions.
The fitness center here will be just for the residents only, so we won't have any on-site employees for the fitness center. Our regular maintenance crew will be responsible for cleaning up the fitness center, make sure it's vacuumed and things of that nature, taking care of the bathrooms. So there won't be any on-site employees specific for the fitness center.
There'll be no trainers or
No.
class instructors?
No. The fitness center will just consist of some elliptical trainers, treadmills, stair climbers, things of that nature.
Okay. Have you considered, since you're making modifications, of increasing your parking in some way, since you have less parking than probably what you should have or require?
We have looked into all of those situations, and we're currently looking at, we have some garages in the back of the property, and we're currently in talks internally to rent out some of those garages instead of storage, have them specific for parking, so we could add potentially 24 parking spots via garages.
Maybe that's something that should be addressed on this plan.
We're looking at doing that hopefully in this coming budget year. The garages are there currently. We would just have to put new garage doors and whatnot on them.
They're still going to remain garages?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for staff or engineer?
The zoning variance was met because they moved the building back? Did I understand that in the follow-up letter?
Yes, that is correct. They are now in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
So
And-
John, why don't you go ahead and walk through your major comments and just give us an update?
Sure, I'd be glad to. As you see on page 3 of our letter of September 26th, there are 2 requested waivers. The first one we've talked about already. The second one has to do with basically providing the existing significant man-made physical features within 500 feet of the site. And typically what we do is we defer to Steve Norsini in that regard. So we ask that the applicant contact Mr. Norsini to find out if he's okay with what they have currently provided in the way of a vicinity map. Then the next 2 comments in bold on that same page have to do with some relatively minor stormwater issues that we're asking them to provide in tabular form to us, and then also to verify that their post-development peak flow rate for the 5-year storm will be reduced to pre-development peak flow rate for the 1 year. The next item is at the top of page 4, and comments 6 and 7 are the 2 bold comments at the top there. One is asking for an emergency outlet or overflow be provided for the underground stormwater management system. And then the other comment is simply to ask for a few spot elevations to be shown around the building to ensure that rainwater will drain away from the building foundation. Then the comment number 3 under general comments on that same page has to do with the 2 parallel parking spaces on Charles Drive, which we just spoke of. And number 4 was a request for a right turn in, right turn out turning movement exhibit, which Mr. Reardon has explained that he's provided, and I mentioned that we're going to look a little more closely at that. On the top of page 5, item number 5 references the crosswalk and the handicap ramps that are shown on the plan. We're asking there that details be provided that show spot elevations and slopes so that we can verify that those new ramps are in conformance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And that is essentially the gist of the letter, and we do recommend preliminary plan approval conditioned on addressing these comments and any other items that staff has.
John, you're comfortable with the preliminary plan approval that these can be addressed afterwards? There's nothing you want to see before?
No, I am
Okay.
comfortable at this time.
Any questions for John or Kevin or Peter? Any public comment? No public comment? Any further discussion?
What would be the difference if we were to go ahead and give them both final and preliminary together? What more are we looking for in the final?
Well, we would be looking for, from an engineering point of view, more details with regard to the stormwater management system, the outflow device, making sure that they've complied with our review letter, and basically dotting i's and crossing t's. Escrow of, common improvements to be constructed, things of that nature.
But I think I understood from Kevin, though, that really it's not entirely that you couldn't be satisfied today if certain representations were made that all these things would be done, but rather that this is an important precedent in terms of merging final and preliminary, and you would rather, as a group, have more criteria established for this the next time it comes up. So there's sort of an involuntary guinea pig for that process, but we have to do that to be ready for the next time something like this arises.
Correct. In the past, we have done that. Plans have been in front of you for preliminary and final, and we recognize that there is a deficiency in the code, and we want to take that opportunity to address that deficiency so that then all applicants are treated uniformly.
Good reasons. Any other questions? Further discussion? Anyone like to make a motion?
Right, so I guess technically, do we have to vote on the waiver where they're asking, the first waiver where they're asking us to combine and see how that waiver goes and then vote on preliminary plan? Or by just voting on preliminary plan, do we imply that we would deny the waiver request?
We can do it either way.
Oh,
If you
okay.
wanted to make a motion to approve the preliminary plan only, we could vote on that, or you could do it, make a motion to separate the two. So
No, I
I'm
got it.
open to either way you want to handle it. I think they'll both serve the same purpose.
All right, so I'll move that we approve preliminary plan approval only.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries the preliminary approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. I assume that recommendation is subject to all the comments being met in the Gilmore letter?
Oh.
Yes,
Yes.
of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 3, and a couple people came in late, just to repeat. Agenda number 4, 2012 D16 Cabrini College is not being heard tonight, so we're going to move to number 3, 2012 S15 preliminary plan of 615 Newtown Road Associations LP to subdivide existing 13.6 acre parcel into 8 residential lots and retain existing residents at 615 Newtown Road, submitted 8/31/12, and also a review of the comments for the zoning hearing board application number 2884. Applicant is here and in front of us. Let us shuffle some papers. And the floor is all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm George Brosman, representing 615 Newtown Road Associates LP. They are the equitable owner of the tract at 615 Newtown Road. It's currently, record title is held by the estate of George Atterbury, deceased. We've been working on this plan for several months. We've had many meetings with the township staff. They've been very helpful to us in shaping this plan, and you may recall that we were here in front of you informally, I believe it was on August 7th. We showed you this concept we had for the plan, and we discussed with you certain waivers that we felt would be beneficial to preserving natural features on the site. And at that time, and I'll go over those, but at that time, at least all of you that were here, I recall recommended unanimously that you would support those waivers if we brought them forward. In fact, the waivers related to the width of the cul-de-sac that is proposed, and I'll get into that. And when we were here, you also recommended not only should we pursue that waiver, but perhaps we should consider coupling that waiver request with a variance request from the zoning hearing board to also reduce the front yard setback. And we took that advice, and we have filed an application which I'll go over with you, seeking to reduce the front yard setback from 60 feet down to 35 feet. And I note that's on your agenda as well. We have a hearing scheduled for that on October 18th. Just by way of introduction, Jim Gorman and Alex Wazeloff are the principals of 615 Newtown Road Associates. I think Alex addressed you last time. They're going to be two of the residents in this development. We have Pat Stewart, our land planner and landscape architect, and Dave Gibbons, our civil engineer, and Joe Orsatti with Orsatti, our landscape architects and planners. This is the 8-lot subdivision. A new cul-de-sac is proposed to lead from Newtown Road. And you may recall that there's Route 320 here. There's a remnant piece of ground that was part of the property when they built the road through it. That's not proposed for any development at this time. We're going to offer it to dedication for the township, but we don't know if they want it. If they don't want it, we will talk with some other organizations. But basically, it's not proposed for any development. So we're just looking at this piece here. It's got natural features. It's got the stream. It's got nice woods along Newtown Road. So what we've tried to do with this application, and the point of our waivers, is to draw everything to the center of the site, away from the stream, away from the scenic corridor along Newtown Road. So the waivers that we're requesting help to accomplish that. And we had worked with Kevin to come up with, for lack of a better word, a yield plan that demonstrated that if we didn't get these waivers, we would still be getting the same number of lots. So we're not using these waivers to try to increase the development yield here. We're using these waivers to try to basically make a better development. So I think when we were here last, we were talking about a public street, and because it was going to be a public street, we were looking at a 40-foot wide right-of-way. We had subsequent meetings with township staff, and we had the idea, if it was okay with staff, we were going to propose to make it a private street, which we are now proposing, and in that way we felt we could reduce the right-of-way even further from 40 feet to 28 feet. So that's the proposal we have in front of you. The cartway of the road would still be the code required 24 feet. So it's still going to be in functionality to standard road, but the right-of-way will be shrunk down, brought in closer to the center of the site. And why is that important? Because the setbacks run from the right-of-way, and we feel that reducing that right-of-way, coupled with if we are able to get the front yard setback relief from the zoning hearing board, that will just be even an extra bonus that will even be able to draw everything in closer. It's essentially a de facto, if you will, kind of clustering attempt on our part. So this exhibit here, Pat, maybe you could explain this.
This is an exhibit that shows the rendered site plan, and it shows the pocket of woods along Newtown Road. And there's some mature evergreens that wrap along the eastern border here and along Sproul Road. And then this is Van Leer's Run that runs across the east to west of the back of the site here. The plan that's currently before you is designed to the blue line that's along here. And that's a 28-foot right-of-way with a 60-foot front yard setback. If we were successful in obtaining the front yard variance, we could build to this yellow line here. And what that would do is it would take our limit of disturbance and pull it in around the ring here. It would pull everything towards the center of the site, and it would allow us to preserve a greater number of mature existing trees that exist on the site. We met with the Shade Tree Commission last week. We had an arborist go out there. We have over 30 heritage trees. Some of them are in bad shape, but there are a few that we could preserve, and this would also help us preserve some of those heritage trees as well, limit our grading in those areas. The cursor, okay. We've prepared 3 cross sections here to illustrate what I just explained in the plan view there. The top cross section, A, let me use the cursor here. A at the top of the sheet reflects a 60-foot right-of-way and a 60-foot front yard. And you can see that the limit of disturbance is illustrated by this white void in between here. Here would be the houses. Here would be the cartway. Does that help? The next section down would go to a 28-foot right-of-way and a 60-foot front yard. And as you can see, the limit of disturbance starts to come in with that reduced right-of-way. That's the plan that's currently been submitted before you, that's the plan set that you have. The last section on the bottom of the sheet would illustrate a 35-foot front yard and a 28-foot right-of-way. And you can see the limit of disturbance comes in even further. And that would, this is Van Leer's Run to the right of the drawing here. This is Newtown Road. So it's fairly significant pulling the amount of disturbance in. I think it's fairly significant. It'll also help us reduce the amount of impervious. The driveways would obviously be shorter, less grading, less site disturbance, less stormwater management to deal with. So there are the benefits of the right-of-way waiver and the front yard variance.
We did receive the township engineer review letter. I saw from the prior application you'd like to have him comment on that. I thought we would just note there were just 2 items that we wanted to raise with you with regard to that. We had prepared a letter just indicating which ones we would comply with that I'll hand out, which are almost all of them. So the ones I wanted to just address with you very briefly, as I said, these are mostly all will comply items. In the first section of the township engineer review letter, zoning ordinance review, it's item number 5. This has to do with the trail along Newtown Road, and this is one of the waivers that we had asked for in the Saldo. In this district, sidewalks are not required along the cul-de-sac, but they are along a minor collector road, and the ordinance classifies Newtown Road as a minor collector road. With the prior subdivision plan that was approved for this project, there was a waiver granted from putting in a sidewalk, presumably just to help maintain this kind of the scenic character there a little bit along Newtown Road. We're asking for that same waiver as well. And this comment here, number 5, raises a zoning issue as well. It states that the variance may be required for the trail because part of, could you put the one up with the trail, Pat? Part of the trail is shown to cross some steep slopes along Newtown Road. And we had shown the trail almost in the identical location that it had been shown on the subdivision plan that was done before. And for a while, I couldn't figure out why was that approved. I got the waiver from the Saldo provisions, but I didn't see any record that a variance was granted. And then I looked a little more closely at the ordinance, and I believe I didn't get a chance to review this with John or with Kevin, so I apologize for not getting to you sooner. But I wanted to look at 112D5, which I think would allow the trail and maybe explain why it was allowed on the prior plan. It says that on slopes, park and recreation uses, and it gives examples, and it does list hiking trails, hiking, equestrian, and bicycle trails is allowed on the slopes. So that must be why I'm thinking that the other plan that showed the same trail didn't have to get a variance. So having seen that provision, we were even interested in, since we are being asked to add a larger right-of-way, maybe we could even push the trail up into the right-of-way that we're giving the township. And we would certainly try to field locate the trail to avoid trees, but it does seem to recognize that something like this is a use for slopes, which does kind of make sense, I think. So that was the one item. The other item we wanted to note was in the general comments near the end of the letter. I believe it was item number, or actually, I'm sorry, it's under Roman numeral 3, the Saldo provisions. Or no, it's under general. Let me find it. Yes, number 4. Thanks, Jim. Number 4 on page 5, we recommend the applicant utilize the existing driveway on the eastern side of the property, which is this driveway here that exists today. Today it goes all the way down and around. We recommend that the applicant utilize the existing driveway on the eastern side of the property to gain initial access to the property rather than use the driveway located within an easement on a neighboring property. You may recall the existing driveway actually goes through these properties here. There is a recorded easement for that, and it basically forms a loop. Apparently, this subdivision over here was at one time part of this tract, and an easement was created to allow the driveway to continue. So Jim and Alex have met with the neighbors, and like the plan before, they're willing to abandon that easement and abandon that driveway. They have no interest in utilizing that once the new cul-de-sac is put in. But we thought that there may be some need, and I believe they've discussed this with the neighbor, that for some construction purposes in the beginning of the job, it may be useful to utilize that as well. So I think, and I don't know if you wanted to add to that, Alex. I think I've covered that then. So those are really the only 2 items. Alex is telling me that they did discuss that with the neighbors and they were okay with that. I'm assuming the neighbors are pleased that the easement right is being given up at the end of the job. So at the end of the day, it'll be a much better situation for the neighbors. So those are only the 2 items that we would ask for relief from, I guess, from this letter. I think I've talked about the different waivers that were mentioned in the Saldo review, so we could go into that more at length if you like, but I think I've covered them and you're familiar with them. We had gone to the Board of Commissioners informally in August after we saw you, and I think they were encouraging us to pursue these waivers as well. And as I said, then we followed up with staff, and there have been neighbor meetings here. And I think they've been to the Shade Tree Commission twice, once informally before we filed, and then once just last week.
I have a question for you. On Lot 5, does that include the piece of property that's across Sproul Road?
How did we take that out? It's not included. I think when we came last time it was included, but now it's...
So it's going to be a separate lot, and at this point its use is undetermined.
Well, it's going to be designated as some form of open space, so it won't be a buildable
Could that
lot.
note be on the plan also?
Yes, I think it may already be.
Is that a floodplain there? I believe it is.
A lot of it is floodplain, yes.
Okay. So is there a note on the plan now stating that is open space and will not be built upon?
Do we have that? I think we have that and that we're
Okay.
offering it
All right.
for dedication.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
When you pull in the, we talked before about pulling the setbacks in as well as the right-of-way to bring the houses closer to the proposed road. And now we're talking about coming further in? Okay. My question is, obviously, the benefit that we see in that is it protects the wooded areas behind the homes. What guarantee do we have that those areas won't later be disturbed because of homeowner landscaping issues and preferences? Is there some kind of an easement? I mean, if somebody else, if one of these gentlemen then sells their home later and that person wants a gazebo and a pool and those trees get taken down, that doesn't serve our purpose of granting those waivers for the setbacks and the front yards as well as the right-of-way. Because what we're trying to do is preserve, and what you're trying to do is preserve those
Sure.
areas, but how do we keep those preserved in perpetuity without having to fight over every tree and every proposal that comes in the future?
Yeah, I don't think there would be any interest in going into those areas because by doing this, we're trying to leave the room that people would need in the back to do reasonable things. So I don't think there would be a desire to go back there. I don't know if we could talk about some sort of...
Well, I'm worried about future desire.
Right.
Something you're not...
It's already assumed that people would want some hardscape back there.
You can come.
we've already assumed that particularly in lots 1 and 2, the ones that are most affected by this, that the owners, either current, projected, or future, would want to have some reasonable usage of a backyard. Could include a pool, could include some hardscape, and that by pulling it forward with those additions in the backyard, we would be saving a number of trees in the back. So I would expect that there would be some landscaping that were done into that tree line, but it would be significantly less if we could pull the houses forward.
Yes, but I would like to see a guarantee that at some point, given enough room for a pool and the normal things people have behind their homes, that there wouldn't be further development into those wooded areas that we're all now trying to protect.
In essence, we're asking for a conservation easement across those lands that are protected.
Given, past the point where you would have normal uses of a pool or outdoor areas for living. But beyond that, those areas that we're specifically protecting by granting these waivers that do the clustering, basically, we want to protect that in the future.
Okay, I'm not really up to speed on how we would do that.
Okay.
So if you had a recommendation of what we would do, I would just say that if you saw the property, there's a natural space where a house would fit. There's a natural space where a house would fit, and then you could have maybe a jacuzzi and some outside space and stuff. And then all of a sudden you get into some sloped areas with trees. It would be difficult for me to imagine that somebody would want to build into that. So where you draw that line, I'm not sure how we do that, but if you had a recommendation, we'd certainly take it under consideration.
In other projects, it's shown on the plan as an area where the woodlands are preserved, and then there is an easement that is signed by the owners that permanently preserves those woodlands. And so there's basically a do not build or do not disturb line in the back of these properties that would be recorded. And that way, not only would the township know, but also you as all the neighbors would know, what's allowed and what's not allowed.
Yeah, we'll figure out where
But we'd
that-
like to see something
Sure.
that preserves that, both what you're trying to preserve and what we're trying to preserve.
I think we're both
to carry
after
it
the same
forward.
thing, so if we
Great.
can make it happen, we'll
Thank you.
try to make it happen.
Yeah, as you said, I think as long as, it sounds like they're willing to do something, as long as there's a reasonable area in the back for people to do what they
Sure.
need to do. It sounds like there's any number of ways to do that through a deed restriction, through the homeowner's documents.
Just get it documented.
Yeah.
I had one other question. There was, I think in Delaware County's notes, they brought up the historic nature of the existing building, which I understand that, you're still planning to preserve that building?
Yeah, in fact, I failed to mention that. That's another important reason for this relief, is actually to save that building, because we showed you the plan before. If we had the 60-foot right-of-way and the 60-foot front yard setback, the building, which is shown on Lot 7, would have to come down. They're very fortunate. They have, I think, a couple that wants the house, so
Are they
it's
considering-
preserved under this plan.
Do you know if they're considering having that registered?
I don't know.
And the county also mentioned some of the outbuildings, which I believe are, the small one is,
The two outbuildings are, I think the county may have called this the gatehouse, that will remain.
that's remaining. Yeah.
And then there's they called it a carriage house, but there's a barn or a garage in this area. It was coming down on the last plan. Unfortunately, it has to come down on this plan. That's not to say that Jim and Alex have kicked around, could they move it somewhere, but they really haven't found anything viable. So we're proposing to tear it down, but if they come up with an idea that makes economic sense, they may try to relocate it elsewhere. But we just, up till now, haven't found anything that really works. Just can't save it all.
It's very difficult to move without taking trees down.
A couple of things. So I remember when we saw this in sketch, that we were talking about the difference of a 60-foot right-of-way versus 40, and in fact, the sketch that's up here is still showing public street with a 40-foot right-of-way. That was the conversation we had a month ago, or
Right.
a month and a half, 2 months, whatever it was. Now we're talking about a further reduction to a 28-foot right-of-way?
Yeah, this sketch is the one you saw before, I believe. What we did was, even with the 40-foot right-of-way, we felt like we weren't getting enough bang for the buck with that. And the reason we had it at 40 was we felt that would be the minimum that would be acceptable to the township if it were a public road. So we had met with the township staff, and we threw out the idea, well, if we make it a private street so that it's the responsibility of the homeowners association, would the township object to a lesser right-of-way? And they didn't, so we came up with a right-of-way that we thought was reasonable. We have a 24-feet wide cartway, which is code, and we left ourselves a little bit of room on each side, 28 feet. But the key there is, by changing it to a private street, we felt we were able to make that reduction and not cause a problem with the township.
So that's where actually I wanted to follow up, because we've had a few developments where we have private street developments. And staff, I mean, we put that in somewhere to make sure that this doesn't get developed as a private street, but then later down the road get converted over somehow to a public street, and then we have a public street without sufficient right-of-way, yes?
Well, no, because the township is not obligated to accept dedication of any street. I mean, it can be offered for dedication, but it's up to the discretion of the township whether or not they want to accept it. So if it's built this way, and then later on the homeowner association decides it's too much money to take care of, they certainly can ask the township to take it over, but the township can say thanks, but no thanks.
So, but we could make it clear that with 28 feet, that would be, I mean, it'd be unlikely for the township to take over something with such a small right-of-way, right?
Yes, and I would hesitate to try to put something on here that would say the township cannot take it over in the future. But it is discretionary, so it would have to be a choice by the township, a knowing choice by the township to take this over if they wished.
The other thing was the last comment on the SAC report, which, again, I didn't remember discussing this at sketch plan, is that the cul-de-sac radius being 45 instead of 60. Has staff reviewed that? Is the fire company okay with that turning radius of a cul-de-sac of 45 feet?
Yeah, in fact, one of the people at the staff meeting is a representative of the fire company. I believe that was discussed at this meeting.
Yes, it was. Yes, they are.
And the one thing the one other thing that was discussed at the meeting regarding the 28-foot right-of-way is, I think staff was a little concerned that it might be a little tight for underground utilities, and there was this discussion of whether or not the applicant would want to put an additional utility easement paralleling the right-of-way to make sure there's more than enough room to put in all the utilities instead of just 2 feet outside the cartway.
What's the setback from the right-of-way? I mean, the yellow line there, presumably, is the width of the right-of-way, correct?
The yellow,
Of the narrowest right-of-way, the 28-foot right-of-way.
the blue line is what you have in front of you today under your jurisdiction. The red line is the full code requirement, 60-foot wide right-of-way, 60-foot setback. The blue line is the reduced right-of-way. That's the only thing that's under the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission and the commissioners. And then the yellow line couples it together. If we could get the waiver from the Saldo and then couple that with a zoning setback variance, the yellow is what we think is the best case at 28 feet right-of-way for the road. And we've asked the zoning board for a 35-foot front yard setback. We got 35 feet because we took a look at the density modification provisions, which do apply in this district. You just have to have a larger tract size than we have. But in density modification, which is another way to kind of do this type of development, you can have a 35-foot front yard setback. So we thought it made sense to propose the 35 feet because that was in keeping with what could be allowed in R1 anyway. So the yellow is, we think, the best case scenario. But if we don't get the variance from the zoning hearing board when we go on October 18th, it'll be the blue.
Do I see in this drawing that some of the stormwater management would be in the right-of-way, or is it just a trick of the eye with just the scale of it?
Can one of you address that?
I guess what's deceiving is the right-of-way doesn't read on this plan, but it's 2 feet behind the curb each here, so the right-of-way is not highlighted on this plan. So those stormwater facilities are not within the right-of-way. The right-of-way would just run right behind the curb line.
And all the
road.
colored lines are the various build-to lines.
Correct, correct.
And you know what, to follow up with, actually, Julia had commented, so you have a specific person who's interested in the historic house.
Yes.
And I don't, again, it feels cumbersome. I don't know if it would be customary or not, but some of these waivers that we're considering are to save the trees, to save the house. You know, it'd be a shame to see that, you know, get all these waivers and then have somebody decide, oh, no, they don't like the house after all, and tear it down. I don't know if there's some kind of protection that any of us could ask for to, you know, that, and I think that's what Julia was alluding to with the historic designation, and even the Delaware County comments did.
Right. I would suggest that you're doing all that you can do by doing this, and we are too. We don't want to make it so restrictive on somebody, they walk away, and then we have the person that wants it, and then we may not find anybody else, so.
The only suggestion I could make is at times on historic buildings, you put what's called a facade easement on it that, you know, preserves the front facade of the building, which essentially then would preserve the rest of the building, because you're not going to tear down the other 3 walls and leave the front wall.
And those facade easements, it's my understanding, I'm not a tax attorney, but you can get a tax credit for that, but it can't be, it's my understanding, what they call a quid pro quo. So the people who would buy that would need to make that voluntary decision, and then if they did, they would be, the thought is you're giving up something of value by putting this restriction on. If it is a requirement of something, then I don't believe they would qualify for a tax credit. So I think we'd be best to leave them, give them the tools that they have, and if they're interested, they'll pursue that. But if we make it too onerous, we're afraid they could go away and we'd never find anybody else.
So if assuming that either the blue or the yellow line becomes the setback, the build-to line, the driveways become shorter, which is good. So how is parking going to be handled on the road? Will that be parking on one side? Will that be, how will visitor parking and extra parking be handled on that road? Will there be parking in the cul-de-sac?
I don't know that we've considered that. I had assumed for myself, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there probably wouldn't be parking encouraged there. I think the ordinance requires 2 spaces per unit. Even they'll have driveways, they'll have garages, so there'll be plenty of parking, way more than code on each lot.
Yeah, but these are fun people. They're going to have parties.
Yeah, I don't know what would be recommended for a street like this.
I'm coming.
Just a point of clarification, though, this is the same size as a public road. The cartway is the same size as it would be.
Yes.
So it's not, in other words, the waiver doesn't change the way they would park or not park.
I was wondering what their plan is.
Yeah, I don't know if we've gotten that far with it, if it's safe to park there, and as Mr. Kunda points out, it should be, it's the same width as a normal road, then it would be available.
Although the cul-de-sac, is the cul-de-sac bulb smaller or just the right-of-way?
I think it's the right-of-way is smaller, the bulb is the required size, so physically you're getting a road that's to standard, it's just this paper line, or a line on a piece of paper that we're asking to reduce.
I had a question about stormwater. With all the red, yellow, and blue lines, the impervious changes slightly. Did you design for the red line, the blue line, or the yellow line in terms of retention?
I think we're assuming we're getting the blue line, because that's the plan we have now. I believe the systems were designed if we got the blue line. Is that right, Dave?
Well, they're currently designed for the maximum impervious allowed by the site. So it doesn't really make a difference which line.
No, that's good. That's good. I'd request that you don't change that depending on which line you get. You let it be the maximum. That's good.
Yeah, the only thing that we've been talking about internally, it's it's a balancing act, as many things with this site, is as we come to final plan, we're looking at tweaking this, and the bigger stormwater system you do, the more trees you disturb. So we're trying to find a balance of, what's the right size stormwater and what's the trees to protect. So we're going to continue to look at that.
What is the, if you're moving the, the yellow line, are the houses actually going to be closer to the street right away? If the intent is to move them forward, of course, except for the existing one, are they going to change the character of the neighborhood in a way that, like, houses are, 28 feet doesn't seem that far away from the street, or am I just having the wrong
Well, it's
thing in my mind?
28 feet, and then it's another 35 if we get the variance. So the 28 feet is the width of the right-of-way of the road.
Right.
And then if
So
we
it's
got the
14.
variance, you have to measure another 35 feet on each side, and that would establish your front yard setback or your build-to line. So it's 35 feet from, it's really,
37 feet from the asphalt.
right.
That's what I thought. It's from the,
Right, and Jim is saying
Well,
he's better at math, they'd be 98 feet apart at a minimum. And that's, so I think they're comfortable with that if we get the variance, and we don't know if we'll get it, and we hope we do, but.
I think I read in one of the notes that the suggestion is to subdivide off that piece on the south side of Sproul Road. As an actual subdivide that off, not just, they have to do it, so technically this would be a 9-lot subdivision, right? If we create that lot that's on the
Yeah,
south side of
if they
Sproul.
subdivide that lot off the other side of Sproul Road, and then, dedicate it to the township
but
accepts it, yes, that would be considered a 9th lot.
Right, so technically, that's what we really, I think I read somewhere in the notes that that's actually what we prefer them to do, not just dedicate that land, but subdivide it off and dedicate it, right?
Well, in order, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
in order for it to be dedicated, we, normally, that means the township becomes the owner of it. So we would want it to be a separate and independent lot.
Yeah, there had been talk in the earlier plan where that might have just been kind of abandoned and not it was actually going to remain
Well-
part of that lot. When it was a 4-lot subdivision, it was going to be
I
part
think
of
the
the lot.
problem.
And we don't want to do that here.
The former owner that subdivided this, and what I think, what the current owners are worried about is finding someone who's going to want that lot. There's no guarantee that the township's going to accept dedication of it, and there's maybe no guarantee that there's any other organization that's going to say, oh yeah, we'll take that lot off your hands, in which case then it might remain connected to one of the other lots because someone's going to have to own it.
John, have you had a chance to review their letter that was submitted tonight? Did you see this beforehand, or did you just see it tonight?
I just saw it. I'm sorry. I just saw it this evening for the first time as you did.
Can we walk through that? Obviously, most of them are well complied. Can we just touch on the ones that they're not complying on and get
Sure.
staff's opinion and yours?
Sure, absolutely. I believe Mr. Grossman referred to, in our review letter, page 3, item number 5. And during the course of the meeting, I've conferred with my colleagues to my left, and both Mr. Kachansky and Mr. Nelson agree that a variance is not needed.
112D5 applies then.
Yes.
Yes. However, the portion of that comment there, the larger paragraph that describes the fact that the trail should be field located to avoid steep slopes to the west, on the west side of the property, I think is still relevant, and I believe that there's a note to that effect on the plan. But what we would like to see is actually the plan revised to show the trail meandering in between the steep slopes, and then adjust your trail easement width accordingly in order to confine the trail within the area required to avoid the steep slopes. So in our next review letter, you will see essentially that large paragraph under comment number 5 become a general comment if it has not been complied with. And then I believe the second comment Mr. Grossman referred to was on page 6, item number 4. The reason that we made that comment was our concern for those adjacent property owners and whether they would be as receptive as you say they are to construction traffic coming in and out of the tract. Those machines make an awful lot of noise. They tend to start early in the morning and work into the afternoon, and during summer hours they will work into past the afternoon hours sometimes. So our concern was that we wouldn't have irate neighbors who would come complaining to the township about the noise and the traffic and the dust and so on and so forth. So if that's not a concern for the township and the neighbors do in fact or are receptive the way the applicant has described, then we'll withdraw that concern, but we did want to raise it for your consideration.
Wasn't there a note in the last plan that they had to have, like, within so many days of the project being done, that all had to be, yeah, there you go.
Right.
There was something about there was a time limit.
I believe it was 60 or 90 days. There was a condition to it. 60? Yeah.
So what's the note, Dave?
And John, when you say the neighbors all agree, how many neighbors are we talking about? Hang on, guys. Hang on. I'm asking John.
My understanding there are 2 houses immediately to the west. I'm sorry. My understanding is that there are 2 dwellings immediately to the west of the proposed subdivision, and those were the 2 homes that we were particularly concerned with.
Okay.
Dave is pointing out to me we do have note 16 on our general notes that says that the existing access easement on 501 and 503 Van Leer's Run are to be extinguished upon recordation. Temporary access to the site shall be allowed for a period of 60 days upon commencement of construction to allow access to the site in order to construct the new roadway and remove the existing drive and restore the disturbed area. The contractor shall be granted a reasonable time extension in the event weather conditions prevent the completion of the work within the 60-day period. So we're just trying to give ourselves some flexibility. It is an easement that we have. We do have the right to use it as much as we would want for construction subject to township ordinances, and we'd even have the right to keep it as a driveway, but we're abandoning that as the prior plan did, but just asking for this 60-day period, as there just may be a need to get in there because the new road is close to there and things like that. But here's the boss.
At the risk of talking about something I may not know enough about.
Make sure you spell your name.
Bear with me. This is Alex Wasloff. I'm one of the potential owners. By the way, one of the neighbors that adjoins this right-of-way is here, and at the appropriate time, I would suggest he have the opportunity to speak. But from my standpoint, I don't think we need to access the property through that right-of-way for construction of the new road. I think we need to access that property to remove the existing road that's already there. Access to the property from the current driveway is preferred from our standpoint, unless there's a traffic requirement around that I'm not aware of. So I think the only reason to access that property for 60 days is to fulfill our obligation to remove the existing road that's part of that right-of-way.
Can we just show a plan with the existing driveway so we can reference what Alex is talking about? You have that up by any chance?
One more.
It is there, like, right. If you go back
So the existing driveway, is that a paved driveway that where you have the easement now? Yes, it is. And so you're planning to remove that as part of this project, so that's really why, for the 60 days, it's just to remove the existing driveway?
And you're saying the construction vehicles can enter at the gatehouse entrance?
Yeah, I'm told that this note that we have was the same note that was on the previously approved plan.
Thank you. It's very
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I understand completely what the applicant is saying and trying to explain to you, but I just wanted you all to understand that in order to remove a macadam driveway requires bringing in some heavy equipment, a track hoe, a backhoe with a bucket that's going to pound on the macadam and break it up, and then scoop it up and dump it into a dump truck to be hauled off-site. So there is going to be heavy machinery there, and it is going to get noisy. And with that macadam gone, now you're going to have dust. So again, that was the genesis of our comment. I don't want to make more out of it than it is, but I just wanted you all to understand what you could be experiencing during the course of that demolition work.
Great, thank you. So, John, if you want to continue, any other comments that we see on their letter that you want to mention?
No, sir, not at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions for John or staff? Skip.
The gatehouse, I understand the kitchen components are going to be removed.
That was the note on the last plan, so that's what we've been proposing. I have not gone to search the records at the township to see if any case could be made otherwise, so at this time it's our proposal to remove the kitchen so that it wouldn't be considered a second dwelling on that lot. And that, I think we have a same or similar note that was on the prior plan.
Do you have a proposed use in mind of any kind?
I don't know if there's a specific use. That's going to be Jim's lot, an accessory structure, but I don't know if you know for sure.
Okay.
Jim was going to ask you to come up, but that's okay. We can hold that comment. All right, any public comment? Yeah. Sir, come forward and state your name and your address.
My name is Brajesh Agrawal, and our house is 503 Van Lias Run. And first I want to compliment the staff for recommending item number 4, and we have no disagreement with that recommendation. However, having said so, we did agree what Alex has said, that for the short period of time, predetermined short period of time during the early construction phase, since they have to remove that, extinguish that driveway, we will permit it to be used as a useful driveway. And that's what we agreed. But this, I think the other thing you made it clear, which this gentleman has not, he made it more complicated, that you have a right of way, blah, 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 then we can fight for that, okay? But the fact is that this will be used only to remove the existing driveway, and after that, subsequently, and most of the time, the other main driveway will be used. And for myself, we have no objection to that. And this should be written, this should be clarified, so there is no subsequent arguments about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? I will close public comment. Any further discussion? I would think so. Time-wise, where are we on this, Kevin or John?
Yes, your MPC expiration date is December. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to hit the button, excuse me. The expiration date is December 3rd.
Don't we have a few waivers we have to consider?
Yes.
I have a general question for John, though, and it may just be your style of letter. It's a very long comment letter. It's very thorough. I appreciate that. At the end of it, it's typical for us to see a recommendation of one sort or the other from the engineer regarding the above plan. And I noticed that all you say is that you trust we find this review letter useful, which I did. Do you have a recommendation one way or the other regarding the preliminary plan?
Due to the fact that this was our first review of this plan and the number of comments and the issues that were discussed this evening, I do not have a recommendation one way or the other for you at this point. I would like to see a revised plan submittal, have the opportunity to review it one more time, have these comments addressed, and then at that point be in a position to give you a recommendation.
Thank you.
George, comment?
Yes, just briefly, we appreciate Mr. Sartor's recommendation. We did want to ask you for action tonight. We've worked with staff for several months on this, and we know that this was his first review. We appreciate that, but we have a very tight schedule. We've worked hard with the neighbors. We've worked hard with the township. We have our zoning hearing coming up, and we will be coming back for final plan, and of course we have to go to the commissioners even for preliminary. So it's very important to us to stay on track with our agreement and our obligations with the sellers, that we would ask you to consider recommending approval this evening. These are pretty much cleanup items. It will be subject to the approval of the township engineer, so if he's not happy, he'll have a recourse, you'll have a recourse. And really the only two items I mentioned was the slope of the trail, which we resolved, and I think it sounds like we resolved the thing about the driveway. So we hope that you would be comfortable helping us out and giving us a vote. And we also wanted to get a recommendation in any event about the zoning hearing board relief.
And that's scheduled for the 18th again? October 18th?
Yes, October 18th.
Comments, discussion?
Well, I have a question about Delaware County's comments on page 5, mostly because I don't quite understand it, regarding the 13.5-foot dedication along the right-of-way of Sproul Road, and then the same amount along Newtown Road with the 10-foot wide trail easement. So we're going to do a 5-foot trail, but a 10-foot wide easement. Is that right? Is that how the note writes with the trail?
Yes.
And then this 13.5-foot dedication along Sproul Road. John, do you have insight into, that seems like a very small that's not a right-of-way or dedication for, I'm assuming they're talking about the property on the south side of Sproul.
I believe you're right.
Which, kind of the big issue that has to be dealt with there is the applicant needs to find out if there's somebody who's going to be willing to take over ownership of that property, that piece, right?
Correct.
Yeah, on the dedication issue, we had met with staff, and it's my recollection that the code isn't clear about how much additional right-of-way would be required along Sproul Road. So we offered additional right-of-way, and it's my view that really none should be required at all, because we're not proposing any access to Sproul. We're not doing anything over there. But as an overture to the township, we were offering to dedicate that so they would have that if something ever needed to be done. And Newtown, I think, is what the code requires, we were told.
But that would be in the event that the township doesn't take it, doesn't take the land on Sproul.
No,
obviously
it's actually
two different issues.
Yeah.
This is to dedicate a bigger right-of-way for the road.
For the north side of Sproul.
both sides of Sproul Road. It's a 13.5-foot on both sides from the existing right-of-way to give you a total right-of-way width of 60 feet.
It will bring it up to 60 by
It would
giving
bring it up
13
to 60, and
Thank
they've
you.
did 13.5 on each side with the existing 33 brings it up to 60.
And that wouldn't affect whether or not, I don't think it would affect whether anybody would want that parcel.
The parcel's also almost exclusively wetlands, right? Thing across the way, it's just wetlands.
It's floodplain and wetlands and,
Ideal place to build, right?
Actually, I would suggest that you make that the 9th lot and subdivide it off so it'll be easier for you to move forward with dedicating it. And if that doesn't work out, have it maintained by a homeowners association.
That's how our plan does read, Ms. Bogosian. It is set up as the 9th lot. I think some of the write-ups called it an 8-lot development because it's known that that isn't a buildable lot. But right now, if you were to approve this plan, would be a separate lot. And I think we did it that way. The township recommended it, and I think you're right. It'll be easier to donate it to somebody. If not, I guess our homeowners association will own it.
Right, because it appears now that, I guess it's Lot 5 owns it. That's what it looks like.
Is that
So I think you should,
what? It's listed as open space. It's not counted in our Lot 5 calculations. It was on the earlier sketch when we saw you in August.
that's
but
why
we
I think
changed that.
it needs a number on there as a lot, and then take it from there.
Yeah, we didn't want to put a number on it because we didn't want anybody to think we were trying to make it a
I think we understand
buildable
that.
lot, but that's
Yeah.
fine. We can put any numbering on it you like.
What we had discussed at staff with the township manager and Stephen Orsini was that this lot was to remain as part of an HOA, but that the applicant would be providing the township with an access easement for access over and through for future stormwater management improvements if they were deemed necessary in the future, but that the actual ownership would remain with the HOA.
All right, and a recap of the waivers that we're looking for is, one is the waiver of the allowing a 28-foot.
Yeah, hang on 1 second, Doug. Let's go back one more time, John, and go through. We're now saying that the variance item on number 5 is not needed.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So that's taken. So we go to your document, page 4, the 4 waivers, 6 through 9.
Yes.
Review with us one more time which of those are still now waivers. So we're all clear.
They are all.
They're all still here.
They
So
are
we have-
still on the table.
So we have a total of
Based on the current plan.
4 waivers that we're talking about on the current plan.
Yes, sir.
And George, you agree with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we want to look at the waivers one at a time and do a show of hands of how we feel about them?
I think we could take it as a group.
Take it as a
Well,
group.
maybe we should ask if we prefer the lesser of the front yard setbacks, and if we do, then let's just approve all the waivers, and the zoning board will determine what they get.
That sounds great to me.
Oh, yeah, I can
You're gonna say
so
you're
move.
making a motion
Yeah,
then? Go right ahead.
Okay, I so move that we approve all the waivers with our preference being the, I guess it's a 35-foot setback.
You don't like the 28?
And the reduced right of way.
I
He's
thought that
talking
was
about
the
the-
cart width.
Cart
Thank
way
you.
right away. So we have that on the table. Any questions on that?
I'll make a second of the motion. in
Have a
case there wasn't
second?
one.
Well, I'd like to make an amendment that if we recommend approval of the waivers, that we have included in the plan an easement conserving the areas that are to be preserved. A
Conservation.
conservation easement out delineating the areas to be conserved as a result of these waivers.
And the other two things we talked about, just holding on for a second, was utility easement and also facade easement. Does anyone have interest in adding those, or I actually should turn to Kathy on those?
I think the facade easement was something that if we actually put it in, it's a disincentive for the buyer.
Good.
That makes sense.
My client was asking me with regard to the language about the easement, or I would say, call it an easement or a restriction, could they just apply to the lots along Newtown Road? I don't have the lot numbers.
No, I'd want it on all the lots,
Yeah, well, I'm all-
especially the ones in the back.
So Kathy, are you willing to change your motion to add that
So we want
conservation
to,
easement?
could we discuss one item with that, because we didn't
Yeah.
discuss it before?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I know, if I don't hit it. With regard to the lots across the road, we would just want it to be clear then that, I think what Alex was coming up about, Pat, could you give me just something with the lots? Alex, you'll jump in if I'm not hitting your issue, but basically, these are the lots we're talking about here. Is it 1, 2, and 3? No. 6, 7, and 8. They have the stream in the back, so I guess we'd want to clarify that some of the lots, particularly Alex's lot here, does have an area back here that's outside of the riparian buffer because his lot is very short. He will want to use some of this area back here that's outside of the floodplain and outside of the riparian buffer, so we wouldn't want a condition like that to preclude that.
But you could come back to us with a conservation area that excludes that portion and say this is an area that we want to use. It makes sense to use it. Perhaps it doesn't have any historic trees. For whatever good reasons he wants to use that site, that might be an appropriate area to use. But what we need to see is that we're not just getting rid of all these setbacks and right-of-ways just to give you more usable land. We want something preserved in return.
I think if it's, as long as it's clear that we have that we don't have to.
But you have leeway in where you put those lines.
Okay. So just to make sure we understand, if you look at lots, I can't point, 1, 2, and 3 up alongside Newtown Road, where that wooded area is, the dark green that's shown on this plan, is where you have some slopes and where you have some heavy trees. Your point about trying to designate some of that as undevelopable, I'm comfortable with, because just the topography would not allow that, all right? And moving the houses forward allows a little bit more space into the lightly shaded area for people to actually do things in their backyard, to have a small pool or jacuzzi or some hard landscape there. On the other side of the road, the southern side of the road, particularly for Lot 8, which is Lot 8 where we're going to build our home, because the house is going to be so close to the riparian buffer, we actually don't have a backyard there. So our backyard is on the opposite side of the creek. So I wasn't really sure what you were asking for on the southern part of the property. I understand it on the northern part, but I'm not really sure what you're looking for on the southern part, because we're dealing with the creek.
Right, I'm looking for a line that shows the areas of this property that will not be disturbed in future in exchange for those setbacks and right-of-ways being narrowed.
Okay.
Now,
so-
that might not include, because that's a very unique lot and has a very usable space there, it looks like. I've walked the property, but I don't remember that specific spot.
Yeah.
But clearly, all of the riparian buffer would be included in that, hopefully. I mean, you know,
Correct.
you'd be able to cross it, you'd be able to get to the other portion of the property, but I don't want to see a gazebo in it, for instance.
Right. So on the other side of the, I understand the riparian buffer. So by moving the houses up forward, it's just expanding the area between the riparian buffer and the road on the south side. It's not dealing with the land that's on the other side of the creek. By bringing the houses closer to the road, it has really no impact on the land on the south of the creek.
Right, just if I can step in here. What's being suggested is you show us where you're going to propose to preserve the woodlands. Draw lines on your plan, and if you want to not preserve any woodlands, propose to preserve any woodlands on your lot, that's fine. But I think what we're looking for, what the Planning Commission is looking for, is for you to show, okay, this is what we're proposing to do. And at that point, the Planning Commission can say, okay, we're fine with it. Okay, no, we would like you to preserve, more on lot, 7, more on lot 6, whatever. I think they just want to see a proposal from you showing some lot lines on a plan, showing this is what you're proposing to protect from further development. And I don't think it has, they just are looking for a starting point for this discussion.
I understand that. I'm just trying to clarify that your comment or your request was tied to, if we're going to allow the houses to be moved closer to the road, let's make sure that the land that we're giving up, the trees that we're trying to save as a result of that, are being protected. All right, and totally in agreement with that. I'm just pointing out that that only applies to the houses on the northern side of the road. it doesn't apply to the houses on the southern side of the road because we're really, the space between the houses and the riparian buffer is all pretty much clear.
But a future homeowner might want to use the property to the south of the riparian buffer in the woodland.
That's correct, but it has nothing to do with us moving the houses closer to the road.
I think she's just
It does
talking in
now.
concept. I mean, this is practically speaking, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Wasilov, but I think what Julia's going for here is in the spirit of granting the waivers and in the spirit of saving the woodlands. And I had a situation, another plan, another township, where the township dictated where that conservation easement was going to be on the property that I was working. We're asking you to propose the conservation easement, which is actually gives you and your team the opportunity to really look at to continue to be intentional about the development, to take the intentionality another step and indicate to us where you are willing to place conservation easements. That's all. I think really that's all Julie is trying to say.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify the point that anything south of the creek has nothing to do with where the houses are being located. So asking for the variance to move them closer to the road does do nothing to impact anything that's south of the creek. So we will do that. We will come back to you with a recommendation. Thank you.
Well, I would prefer, as much as we like seeing you all, that if there would be a way that you would have your language, and then typically what is done is it's worked out with staff. I wouldn't want to have to come back here if we understand there's going to be flexibility, I wouldn't want to have to come back, drag us out to discuss that with you unless the staff said, hey, they're not doing what they're supposed to, you have to go back to the Planning Commission. I mean, that's the way these things are usually done, so I would ask for that same treatment with this issue.
And I think with a motion on the table, that's what our intention is, correct?
I am not so inclined to tell them where to put the line, so at this point, I think I would go on their good intentions to do it with what was said tonight and let them come back on the next plan with that.
Should Shade Tree see that? Is that something they should see, as opposed to us? I wouldn't have any problem saying, but they get to look at that.
Philosophically, I have a problem telling people what to do with their property, quite truthfully, as long as they're abiding by zoning rules and subdivision rules. So I'm not inclined to tell them where to put the lines. If you want to overrule and, vote on it the way it is, okay. If you want to change it, it's up to you guys. But
if you don't control that,
I'm not inclined to put
you're talking
away.
about both the north and the south side, because you're going back to Julia's point, where if you give them the reduction in the front setback, but they just go in the next day, rip all the trees
Well, I
down,
think we are
defeated the
gaining
purpose of
something
what we're trying
from
to do.
getting that setback, which is what it started out as. You have a reduction in impervious surface primarily there, and less water runoff and so forth that goes along with it. But as long as they're abiding by the zoning rules and subdivision rules, I'm not inclined to tell them what to do with the rest of the property.
Let me throw it to Kevin. Kevin, are you comfortable?
Well, I think to
Without
address
us-
the issue with the impervious surface, there would be less initial construction of impervious surface. I've not heard anything about a reduction of impervious surface in totality.
Forward.
The site is allocated a certain amount of impervious coverage. Just because they're not constructing all of it now does not mean a future homeowner could not come in and construct it to the limits of the code. So there's been nothing discussed. What would help go along with that would be the conservation easement to prevent disturbance within those areas, but still they could develop, if the site yields 10 acres of impervious, they can put the full 10 acres. The setbacks have no impact on impervious coverage whatsoever.
So Kevin, my question then is, if we're willing to just ask for a conservation easement, are you as staff comfortable with sitting with the applicant to work that out, or would you like to see that come back here one more time?
I think I would prefer that you take a look at that and have it come back, and they're going to propose something, and that may not be something that you had in mind. And whether or not that's done something now or at final, I think final it may be a little bit too late. And if they come back with something and all of a sudden it was a recommendation and you're not happy with it, then we're kind of stuck in a limbo of they have preliminary plan and we're left with something that didn't meet your intentions and that's not what you would have granted the waiver on.
Kathy, to your point, it underscores exactly what Julia said. I mean, I appreciate your position of not wanting to tell applicants what they can and can't do with their land as long as they're following the rules and the zoning. But this is a situation where they're asking for the variance from the zoning, and they're asking for the for the waivers from the SALDO.
However, that was our idea.
Julia
Yeah.
suggests that in consideration for that, how about a conservation easement to make sure that that protection is long-lasting, but extends beyond the current owners, who I think have the best of intentions.
Could I make another comment? And Jim may want to say
Sure,
something.
go ahead.
We really respect what you're trying to do here, and we've worked hard with you. You've worked hard with us. I would ask you to remember, we have a by right plan. We have a plan that shows a 60-foot right-of-way. We have a plan that shows a 60-foot setback. We get the same number of lots, and we can do that with no waivers or variances. We described why we agreed with you about these lots, and we're willing to even give something more. We don't understand the connection down here. The main purpose of this was to save the estate house. There's already a riparian buffer here. So what I would suggest, with all due respect, kind of like you did with the estate house, is, let this plan go forward so we can achieve our goals. We're willing to give something up here. But if it becomes too difficult and too onerous, they may go away. Somebody else or them. There's a by right plan here. Yes, we're asking for these waivers, but it's not that we don't have an alternative. We're not using these waivers to get anything more, to get any more lots. So I think you have a good deal on the table, and you'd be getting even more with some extra restriction up here. But it's just kind of spiraling out of control with down here and coming back and negotiating. And I would really hope that we can get it back on track and stick with what we're really trying to achieve up here, because you have the riparian buffer protection here.
I had a sense that Jim was going to say something that might be useful for us to hear.
I think George.
Jim, to the mic, please. Jim?
It's Jim Gorman. I'm one of the equitable owners here. I think George pretty well covered it. I think there were two separate issues that I think it's important to keep them separate and distinct and not confuse them. The one issue of the waiver for the right-of-way is to protect the house. In the absence of a waiver for that, the house will be coming down. That's pretty much that simple. So that's one item. Let's put that aside. That's the waiver for the 60-foot right-of-way. Okay. The other is a variance for the front yard that we're asking the zoning hearing board for, and we're asking for your support in that. And that is so that we can develop what we think is a better plan, and what everyone else that we've talked to so far agrees is a better plan, which enables us to pull the houses forward a little bit more to keep them out of the wooded area in the back along Newtown Road. We have the right legally to go back into that area until, and I'm saying, assuming that you're not disturbing steep slopes, but there's a lot of other wooded area there other than steep slopes. And some of that area will, in all likelihood, be disturbed by lots 1, lot 2, and lot 3. When they decide to put in a swimming pool or a patio back there, they're going to be going back into that area because there's no other place to do it. If we have the ability to pull the houses forward, we have more of a backyard area that allows them to put a patio, a terrace, a swimming pool back there without going back into the wooded areas. That's pretty much what we're trying to do.
Can I offer a kind of a compromise idea? Just real quick, because I really do. I support. No. I appreciate your position,
This
Julian.
letter, all of their responses to this letter ends in, as summarized, therein, the waiver modification will not allow for a greater number of building lots, but will help to reduce disturbance on the property. Every one of these waivers, that's one of the reasons that you give. I'm asking that to be codified so that it goes forward in the future. If you move these houses back and you say, well, now we have a room for the pool and the patio, that's great. But what if the next person wants
We still have room
two
for
pools?
them, Julia. We could put them in right now without any waiver. There's no ordinance that prohibits us from going back into those areas, putting a retaining wall, and putting a terrace in the pool. None. We we've decided that it's a better plan if we pull the houses forward. But if you don't want to give that
It's a
to
better
us, that's
plan
okay.
for you and for us for many reasons if you pull the houses forward. And I'd
Okay.
like to make sure that those reasons continue into the future. That the benefits of this plan to the neighbors who end up living here in the future and to the township don't dissolve over time.
Let me talk to George to see if
On
there's-
that compromise note, if you're coming forward, what is it, 25 feet? Couldn't
Right.
you bring the setback in 25 feet to the rear of the lots? And that's not a conservation easement so much as just...
No, I think that's, I was thinking about that and talking to George, but I don't know that we've talked to our planners about it.
The setback on the rear, A, wouldn't come that far out of the woodlands, if at all, and B, is only a principal building setback. They would still have an accessory building setback, which could be as close as 10 feet to the property line. So,
I meant if it applied to everything, including accessory buildings, too.
well, at that point, then you're with a conservation easement, which is what we discussed before.
But that
So-
would be a way of defining the conservation
What was your
easement,
idea,
too.
Sue? Let's throw it out there while we're...
So I fully support Julie's position, and it's forward-thinking about the conservation easement. But I'm also hearing the applicant, trying to, particularly before the zoning hearing board. My thought was that if we could, as a board, come to agreement on the waivers themselves, and the notion of, do the seven of us agree on the notion of the conservation easement, yes, no? Then if we say yes to the notion of the conservation easement, because we actually haven't even technically voted on that, if we agree as a board on the conservation easement, let's spend 5 minutes identifying areas that we would want staff to view as important, and then let the applicant work it out with staff, which is, again, because of this other situation I was in, where I was told by township staff where my conservation easement was going to be. It didn't seem that crazy to me that it would be worked out with staff. That part didn't seem that crazy to me, which is where I was kind of saying, hey, maybe let's take a step back here. Appreciating Kevin's position that...
Another option that may help compromise the situation is not to act on the waivers as part of preliminary, but act on them as part of final. At that point, then it would move them through the process. These aren't waivers that they need, that they could construct the plans without them. If you grant them towards final plan approval, that would allow them to look at the areas and bring those areas back as part of final plan approval. That way, it gets them through the process because of their timelines.
Saying is we could consider waivers at final stage.
Correct.
But what happens to them if they go all the way to final stage, and then if we were to deny these waivers,
Well, they would be able to construct the
by right
plan, which is
what they say is by right,
some
but
of
okay. Okay.
We have another thought. For these lots up here, it was just pointed out that because this is Newtown Road, it's actually technically a front yard setback. This is along your line of thinking, Skip. That we could agree that the 60 feet, we're not asking for a variance from that setback, so that'll remain a 60-foot setback along Newtown Road. We could agree that that would be the area for the restriction. And there's steep slopes that will probably give greater protection.
Actually, are the addresses of those properties going to be Newtown Road?
No.
Then they wouldn't be a front yard setback.
I don't know about that.
Would it?
I'm not sure.
George, did you hear my suggestion? I know you were
They have
talking.
front yard setbacks on both.
On both
because
sides?
it's defined by the zoning ordinance, and it's where the property abuts a road. It's not where the address is. Just like if you have a corner lot.
You're right.
It's on both roads.
George, did you hear what my thought was? Is that if we were to, because we
Yeah, I
haven't
did hear.
technically voted on the notion
I
of a
did.
conservation easement.
I was just hoping to, if we just give this 60-foot swath here, that might even been better than what you would have come up with.
My guess, and I don't know for sure, is that Julie is also looking at some land down at the bottom of the property. Is that's...
And I don't know that that's going to be agreeable to us. It doesn't have to be. You can do what you're going to do, but we feel very strongly that the purpose of that other side was the estate house, and there is a riparian buffer there. It's one of your ordinances. It's on both sides of the stream, And even these waivers, as was pointed out, it doesn't affect anything on the other side of the riparian buffer. So I can see a connection to the Newtown Road lots, even though that's a reach, I think, but I just don't see the connection to these other lots, especially when we can get our yield without the waivers. So I think it's a good compromise that the township should take.
George, you can see on the plan that the setback off of Newtown Road doesn't even come into the steep slope areas on lots 2 and 3. So correct, those steep slope areas are still within the principal building setback. So that 60 foot isn't buying the planning commission what they're looking for the preservation.
Well, you have your ordinance for those, but I don't think we're not going to try to disturb those areas, so we might be able to include those. We could include those.
I think for the northern area, it could be easier to define tonight as the limits of the vegetation as shown on the plans. So that if you put the plan back up that has the limits of the woodlands on there, we could craft an easement.
Well, we can't do the woodlands because we know we're going to remove some of them, but...
Well, you have a disturbance line shown on there with the grading, so you can do to the limits of disturbance as shown on the plans.
Well, that may change, but I'm saying the 60 feet plus these areas of natural slope.
Would change, but you're also going for zoning hearing board to pull that even closer. So if anything, it should be reduced.
Well, if anything, there really shouldn't be a restriction. So, I mean, I think we're offering a very generous restriction that's over and above, anything that should be required.
George, is there an area below the riparian buffer that is particularly appealing that the applicant wants to be able to have the option to develop? Is there? Maybe let's work backwards for a minute here. If there's an identified area that they want to make sure they have the ability to potentially develop in some fashion down the road, is that what I'm hearing is a lot of protection of the ability to do something below the riparian buffer, and maybe it's a relatively small area that wouldn't be of particular concern, and there's a much larger area you're not interested in developing that would be of value to us in terms of an easement, a conservation easement.
Yeah, I'm not sure we know that at this point.
George, I got the sense it was mainly just lot 8.
We know Lot 8 for sure because Alex...
Can you pull the plan down, George, so we can see the bottom?
Oh.
Can you adjust that?
Can you do that, Patrick?
Or go back to the color plan?
They like the colored plan. It's easier to see.
It clearly defines where the woodlands are, where it looks like it's steep slopes and green space and...
Is that clearly defined? That's a good question. Is that clearly defining the trees, or is that just...
What's deceiving is that when you see that tree line, it appears that it is wooded, and even along Newtown Road, but really it's the canopy of a few large trees that make it appear that way. The understory down there is a lot of invasive species that really should come out. Same with Newtown Road. When you walk through the woodland there, it's predominantly a lot of Norway maple as an understory. There's some large heritage trees in there. Some of them are in really bad shape, as the arborist put in his report. So there will be a need to go in there and take out some hazardous trees. So I know it's, we color these plans, it makes it appear very wooded, but when you walk through it, you'd understand what I'm trying to illustrate there.
Okay, but suppose you drew the conservation easement line right along the edges of where you have the green right there for the trees. That would give you the entire area over there.
Well, here, this lighter green, I believe, is the riparian buffer, right, Pat? Yes. And even on, I don't know if it shows clearly, but there's also floodplain that may go wider on some of these lots. So, I think we'd be agreeable to make it the riparian buffer and the floodplain.
Yeah.
But there are areas back here.
Right, but I was saying, just like, you
could
draw the
agree
line
not to
where the V
clear
is.
them, and there are certain things allowed in floodplains and in riparian buffers. So, like we said, we'd want to be able to cross and all of that, but we could have it be that area. And then I don't think there's really that much space back here on these two lots. And then this is the spot Alex is talking about on Lot 8.
Yeah, but I was talking about drawing the line around the outside of that on the bottom side.
I know, but then that takes half of the lots. You're basically saying.
No.
You're gonna.
I'm talking right along the tree line, or right along with show screen. I'm
though,
just
right?
making a suggestion.
I'm
What
trying
I
to
think
understand. It's like here you're saying.
What I think makes more sense is for you to come back with your defined line later. And in the meanwhile, we defer that waiver, knowing that you're going to come forward with that, and we're going to agree upon most likely whatever it is that you come forward with, as long as it makes sense for.
Well, we need to know if we're going to have our waivers. So
I think the waiver, I have no problem giving the waiver as long as you go ahead and define your line, but I don't think you could do that on the spot right here. And what you're saying is you don't want your timeline to be held up.
Right.
So the alternative is to defer that waiver,
we have to
knowing that
have-
you're going to come in with that line and we're going to approve it.
We don't have an obligation to give a greater restriction. You don't have an obligation to give us the waiver. We think you should. But if you don't give us the waiver, I don't know what will happen. We need to know if we're going to get the waivers.
We're asking for the waiver because it was recommended to us.
Right. I mean, you all recommended that we pursue the waivers and the zoning relief, which we're doing. I just think you're asking for too much. Quite frankly, I respect you. You're trying to do what you think is in the interest of the community. You're doing a good job, but we have property rights, and we've offered to do a lot more than we have to do. We need to know if we're going to get the waivers, and if we don't get the waivers, you see what we believe we have the right to do.
The reasons that you gave when requesting the waivers was that this property, the natural portions of this property would be preserved more if you were able to move those buildings closer into the road.
That is
We heard that
correct in
many,
the
many
estate
times.
house, but we're not obligated to have a deed restriction to affect the value of the lots. If we don't get the waivers, for sure, there will be more disturbance. So you can force the more disturbance, or you can say that if somebody's going to move these houses up, why would they go and do this? I mean, you have to basically accept that people, why are they going to do it? There's other limits here. There's impervious limits. If we don't get the waiver, there will be no preservation. The estate house will come down, all of that.
I have a comment, another compromise thought. The lines are a certain amount of square feet or whatever. If it's 10 or 15,000 square feet of waiver, and in good faith in working with staff, you find 10 or 15,000 or 20,000 square feet of areas that can be covered by a conservation easement, would you agree to that? And then you can pick and choose among the lots, working with staff and working maybe with somebody from Shade Tree to make it work.
Yes, we've done that all along. I'm being told that they would agree to that.
How do you feel about that?
Sir, would you prefer the as-built? Or the, by right?
I don't think they would either.
Well, I think, we were the ones that actually, I believe you or Sue, you were, I think it was you, Sue, that initially suggested that they consider pulling it back or pulling the front yard forward even more.
Oh, I mean, listen, I'm in favor of all the waivers.
I think we're asking for
and working it
too
out with
much
staff.
to ask them
But you
to.
really want the waiver for 1, 2, and 3. If they're not willing to give us anything on 6, 7, and 8, that's really all we're talking about. My concern with 6, 7, and 8, if we get nothing in return, we're just allowing them to build a bigger house, which is exactly what this plan is not.
Not necessarily. No.
And that's
Legally,
not
we
how
have.
I viewed it.
Well,
Legally, we have. We've
Yes.
given them a lesser front
you've given them a larger building.
with no
envelope. That's correct.
reduction in the back.
Yes.
They can now build a bigger house,
Okay.
exactly what they said they don't want to do. They try to build smaller homes here. So the other question is, do we just give them the waiver on 1, 2, and 3 and let everything else fall into place? Don't give it to them on 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Well, one of them is the old house, the estate house.
You know what? There's no promise that the old house is going to stay anyway. We're not getting that promise tonight. So why are we worried about it? They're not saying, and they've said it already tonight, if we give this to them, they're not guaranteeing that house is going to stay.
But if we don't give it to them, or virtually guarantee it's going to go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes, sir.
make a comment? Yeah, I think that Mr. Kunda found a solution that really makes a lot of sense. To the extent that we look for any relief from the front yard, take the total of the square footage of the relief of the front yards. We'll give you that same amount as an easement on the site. I don't know what lot it'll be on, but whatever lots it is,
And that's cooperating with staff to pick the best parts. If staff feels they can do that.
Because
But I'll tell you, I'm not comfortable voting on that tonight without seeing it again. So that defeats, they're okay with not getting approval tonight, that's fine. But that's not going to get approval tonight. Because we have no idea what that's going to look like. I love the theory, but if it doesn't work mathematically, I don't want to come back and say you guys agree to this and then we have the
Well, it
commission.
will work mathematically. We're going to give up.
I don't mean mathematically, I mean the trade-off may not be enough.
You may not really be getting any.
Right. I mean, steep slopes is going to,
You might not be getting
Yeah.
protection.
Right.
Well, one thing, Mr. DeMarcantoni, the house is definitely staying. So, you can have a guarantee on that. What would you like? You can have it. The house is
the
not
old
coming
house.
down.
I thought somebody said before there wasn't a guarantee that was going to stay. So
No,
that's what I was
sir, there
asking.
is a guarantee, as long as we have the ability to shrink the right-of-way for the road, which there's no reason for a 60-foot right-of-way in this location anyway, regardless of whether there's a historic home here or not, makes no sense at all. So, but to get a waiver on that so that the house is not in violation, that house is going to stay. The only reason that would come down is if you insist upon the 60-foot right-of-way for the road. We already know that the road cannot be moved, period. That's it. That's the only location that it can go in. They've looked at everything, and all of the staff and all of your consultants have agreed that that is the only location that the road can go. So if we have to have a 60-foot right-of-way for the road, then that house will be coming down. That's a fait accompli. So if we don't have a 60-foot right-of-way, then that house is going to stay, and that's a fait accompli. There's nobody going to take that house down. So.
Except that we could request and grant a relief for that house.
You could request what?
And grant a relief just for that one house to be sure that it doesn't come down. Like it's allowed to be within the 60-foot right-of-way.
What are you
Zoning, if
suggesting,
zoning
that you
grants,
not relax the 60-foot right-of-way?
I'm sorry, I thought you had just said that if the 60-foot right-of-way was in place, the house would come down.
The red line.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you just said?
The red line, what has been recommended is the blue line, and that's what this plan is laid out for. The yellow line is something that we've asked the zoning hearing board to allow the front yard setbacks to be reduced so that the houses can be brought closer to the road,
Which we like.
Which means they don't have to go back into the grade in the rear. If you look at the grade behind 1, 2, and 3, it's pretty obvious. If that house was able to be pulled forward, it give you a little more yard area in the back, so you don't have to go into the grade back there.
Yes.
That saves trees, it's less earth disturbance, and it's shorter driveways. I think we all like that idea.
But you had said that then the house would have to come down if the red line were the line we were using. And I'm just pointing
Correct.
out that, no, we could make an exception.
Well, you could make an exception.
Or the township, rather, could make an
We could
exception.
not build, we may say we're not building with a funky right-of-way like that.
it doesn't have to be done through the right-of-way either. If the zoning is granted, then you would be able to keep the house with the 60-foot right-of-way with the 35-foot setback.
Okay. Frankly, I don't see a solution to this that makes sense.
First, I have to apologize. Somehow this conversation went from being very positive to being somewhat contentious. And if we've said anything to cause that, I apologize. I'd just like to state that we came in here with a plan. We've had a number of commissioners, we've had members of this panel ask us to consider moving the houses closer to the road to not disturb as much of the natural habitat. We spent time, energy, and money coming up with a plan to do that because we think it's a better plan. Now, the tables have kind of turned on us and said, well, you're asking for this, and because you're asking for this, you need to give something else up. I'm sorry, but it feels very uncomfortable from my position to understand how this chain of events came to be. We were responding to your request. We were responding to Commissioner's request to do this. We've acquiesced to virtually everything you've asked for. We've had a couple of compromise suggestions that we're very comfortable with. And I would just ask you to, based on knowing everything we're trying to do the right thing. We want to protect the trees, we want to protect the stream. We just don't want to be handcuffed on the southern part of this property to do something we're not prepared to commit to at this point in time that we don't think is relevant based on the conversation we had to this point in time. So we ask you to just judge us on our merits of trying to do the right thing, trying to create a great neighborhood for ourselves and the community, and give us your vote. And that's all we can ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. We've talked a lot since we had public comments. Is there any other public comment before we go back to this discussion? Great, thank you. Further discussion? Would anybody like to put a
There is a
proposal?
motion
Kath,
on the
there's a
table.
motion. You want to repeat it for us, Kath?
I suggested that we agree to, let's see, I lost the page now.
Page 4.
All right. Do you have it handy there?
Page 4, Kath, I think. We think.
Okay. Under section 3, number 6, 7, 8, and 9, that we agree to whatever waiver that the zoning board would approve. That we favored the one with the 35-foot front yard setback on there. I'm not willing to amend that to tie a conservation easement to it.
So what's on the table is to approve the waivers 6 through 9.
That we would go, approve them, yes. The 60-foot right-of-way, removing that, and then going to a lesser front yard setback, and we would prefer the one that is 35-foot. But that would be determined by the zoning board.
But the front yard setback, that's not really under our purview.
That's correct.
So instead, couldn't we instead make the motion to approve the waivers as requested? Numbers 6, 7, 8, and 9?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, I did. But,
I
and I'm
think
not
you're saying
willing
the same
to.
thing.
Yeah,
Without a conservation easement,
yeah,
is what you're saying.
correct.
Okay, so that's the motion we have on the table. Does everybody understand it?
And that motion would require the few things that we talked about, the along, I guess it was Newtown Road, we wanted to see that in final plan, not just as an as-built. We wanted to see that path mapped out in the final plan. Wasn't that one of the things we
Yes,
asked for?
it was.
Wasn't there one other?
Well, we did mention
The
that lot
utility
9
easement.
be
The utility easement.
delineated.
Is there anything else other than
The Lot 9
those
be
two?
delineated.
Lot 9 is already on
Yeah,
their,
Right.
Right.
so that's done. It's just those two things, the utility and the trail being shown, right?
Correct.
Everybody understand it?
Are we allowed to comment on the motion?
You may comment.
Okay. If the applicant is willing to do some kind of conservation easement without us trying to carve it in stone tonight, I would propose that we amend the motion to say that a comparable area that is worked on with staff I think it's an acceptable compromise, and I think that it's fair to the owners of the property from that standpoint. And I would be more supportive of that particular motion than Kathy's. Not that I'm not supportive of that. I mean, if everybody went for that, that's, I guess, okay. But if they're willing to do it, and we can make the requirement fairly reasonable, I think that's the way we should go. But that's my comment.
Oh, it wasn't your actual motion? Because
not
I
a
was going to
motion.
second your sentiment.
No, there's not. We're discussing.
I'm going
it.
to make a comment about his comment, though.
Go right ahead.
I think that if we want to use the term comparable amount, we have to disclude the riparian buffer, the steep slopes. It has to be those other things that are not already protected.
I don't think they necessarily agreed to that, and I don't know that I would ask them to necessarily agree to that, would be my comment. I think that you can identify valuable areas, perhaps, but, you've walked the property, so maybe there are things on the southern side that I don't know about, but I think we're asking too much. I agree with Kathy. In spirit, I agree with her motion. She's just cutting out all the discussion about the easement. But I think if they're willing to do something, that's a compromise that works for both sides.
Lower Merion has a term called natural features, and we probably do as well, but, where I trust that staff, and the applicant did seem willing in this small area of compromise, Skip's suggestion, I felt very comfortable with that staff could come up with something that would be, they listen to us enough, they have a sense of the kinds of things we care about, and I think they've heard, Julia tonight
And
particularly.
one iota more, if it was necessary to get this done in the best possible way for all the parties concerned, exclude Lot 8 from any requirement for an easement.
Okay, there's a lot of ways to skin this one. Kathy, would you like to revise your motion, or would you like to stay on the table?
Go along with Skip's suggestion.
Exclude Lot 8. So the changes to your motion would be to exclude Lot 8.
Exclude Lot 8 from additional easement
Unless
requirement. Unless they want to give it
good
to you.
judgment, decide that some portion of it can be included in the conservation easement. Work, well, I want them to know that if we're going to go, if they are in agreement with the way we're doing this, like we've talked about whether we vote on a waiver or not, whether we approve or not. I'm just trying to convey that if excluding Lot 8 was a critical issue, that looking even at this plan, it seems to me that there's not as much there that might be something to save. And I'm trying to craft in a limited way a motion we can all agree on that works for the applicant, works for the township, and gets this done. So I guess I'd say I'd take Kathy's motion, suggest that an area comparable to the amount of setback change be attempted to be created in working with staff and saved under a conservation easement, and that the applicant is under no obligation to include Lot 8 in that calculation.
Sue, I wanted on the record that was not my motion, because I know you're trying to write it out.
Don't write it, Seth. I don't think we're there yet.
Sometimes I go too far, too.
Yeah. So let's try one more time, Kath. So what's on the table now?
Restate the motion.
Yep,
please.
we need to restate
In its
it.
entirety.
How about I withdraw the motion and start it over again?
Good idea.
I would suggest in section 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, since they're merely pertaining to the road width, it appears, and the trail, that we endorse the waivers on that. And if Skip would like to add,
And that the applicant works with staff to do the best, or to create an area to be covered by a conservation easement that is comparable to the setback relief on the yellow line here, the 35-foot. And also, to your point, Regina, the utility easement and the trail issue have to be addressed.
I think trail is 7.
Okay.
And no,
Oh, no,
no
the
mention,
the trail being shown on the final plan, the
Correct,
yes.
proposed location.
and no mention of the existing home. That just falls into wherever the applicant wants to do with it. You're making
The
a motion,
applicant has
Skip. I was trying to
offered,
clarify.
the applicant, separately from this vote, has offered to protect the existing home. So I would,
How do we know that doesn't change?
would the applicant put it on the final plan?
Well, we can make that part of the motion, is what I'm asking. Do you want
Okay.
that part of the motion or not? I don't know if you do or you
Yes,
don't. I don't know if
yes,
anybody feels
because that's
strongly
one of-
or-
yes.
Again, I think that takes in, that wrecks that whole facade tax break thing, right? If we put
That's
that
right,
in as a
yeah.
stipulation about the house.
Yeah.
And we
If you
want-
just to put existing house to remain, I mean, would that really pertain to their tax status?
That's just at the beginning of facade easement.
Yeah, excuse me, things could always change, but we currently have a buyer with kids who have picked out their bedrooms. They're deep in conversations with our architect. You never know when something changes at the
Right.
last minute.
God forbid it could be hit by lightning.
Yeah,
That's right.
we
Well, it
we
gets-
have,
At some point, it gets too old to keep.
there is value in that
Okay.
home that we want to protect. So we will do everything we possibly can to sell that house. Quite honestly, if the house comes down, the numbers don't work. So it becomes problematic for us.
A lot of different ways. Okay, so we've got the four. Accepting the four waivers, trail on the plan, utility easement, and a negotiated conservation easement equal to the amount of the setback. Are there four items on the table? Skip and Catherine's asking you to agree to that? So that's Kathy's motion. Do we
Yes.
have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
Now, do we now technically have to approve the plan?
Well,
We just approved the waiver.
You would need to make a separate recommendation on preliminary plan, and then also a recommendation, if you want to comment on the zoning hearing board application for the front yard setback. You're under no obligation to, but if you wanted to, you could comment pro,
I think
against.
we already did that, didn't we?
No.
I mean, we're doing it by the motion.
I
so-
sort of mentioned it and then withdrew it. Actually, I think it's important for us to send a letter to the zoning board to state our position on the front yard setback. So hopefully that can get done in time for the meeting.
Yep, can I have a second on Kathy's motion to send the letter?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion carries. And then the third would be the plan itself. A motion to approve the plan then?
Motion to approve the
Thank you,
plan.
Skip. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Now, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Once again,
Thank you.
Did we miss something, Peter?
conditioned upon
Condition upon everything that's in here.
the Gilmore letter?
Correct.
Okay. And once again, you all talk about approving this. You do recognize it's merely a recommendation of approval that's
Right.
being made by you.
Right.
So we had to know in April that it was going to take a little bit longer, right?
Don't have to.
Thank you. We do appreciate your efforts, and even though we don't agree always on everything, we appreciate all the good work that you do and the effort you've spent on our plan. Thank you.
Request for a 5-minute break. Let's take one, please. 5 minutes. Let's keep it right to 5. Thank you.
It's getting old stuff.
Let's begin, or return and begin. We have one more item. Ordinance number 2012, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations to establish a new use, mixed-use special transportation development within the PLO Planned Laboratory Office District. Applicant is here, I see. This is the second time we have seen this. And Nick, we'll turn it over to you to get us up to date.
Thanks, Ed.
Where we are. Thank you.
Where we are now, basically, as I said, you have seen this previously. You may recall this ordinance basically deals with height, and as we mentioned previously, the height would be no higher than the existing utilities on top of the tallest building at that site, the old Wyeth building. We're dealing with setbacks, and basically we're reducing and eliminating the setbacks along the P&W and the railroad right-of-ways. And then also there's a couple other minor items. One is size of parking spaces, although the size of parking spaces, which we're proposing 9 by 19, is consistent with what is being permitted in garages. Parking garages, and in fact most of the parking on this site would be in a parking garage which would be set way back toward the P&W train tracks. But I know it was brought up last time. What we'd like to jump right into is traffic, and so we have John Wichner here from McMahon Associates who will present the traffic plan and what Biomed will be doing to alleviate traffic, particularly on King of Prussia Road. John.
Good evening, John Wichner with McMahon Associates. We were asked to provide a traffic impact study for the development or the redevelopment of this site at 145 King of Prussia Road. Currently, the site has approximately 430,000 square feet of office space with a couple of different tenants, not all of it which is occupied. And the proposal is to, among a number of different stages and phases, to increase that square footage to approximately 850,000 square feet. Therefore, we took a look at the impacts of the traffic within a number of those different phases, bringing a couple buildings offline, bringing a couple new buildings online throughout the construction process. Back in the spring, we had coordinated with the Township Engineer's Office and specifically the Township's traffic consultant to, before commencing with the traffic impact study, talk about the scope of the study, the methodologies, the study area, things of that nature. And over the course of several months, we came to an agreement on a lot of those different methodologies. Specifically, there were, that'd be great, yes.
I didn't realize the laptop wasn't here.
Yeah. There's a particular plan that we'll bring up as well. But specifically, we agreed on approximately 9 intersections to be studied within this traffic impact study. The majority were along King of Prussia Road. Obviously, it's the collector roadway that feeds into this site. In addition, there were a number of intersections along Lancaster Avenue, primarily which, for the purpose of studying the routes that a lot of the employees will take back and forth to 476, the Blue Route. That obviously is a large, desirable north-south highway for the employees of the site. We took a look at certainly the peak hours associated with office space, the morning rush hour and the afternoon rush hour as well. And then the other different methodologies that we were asked to perform are based upon a lot of the PennDOT accepted methodologies for traffic impact studies in the District 6 area, which comprises of Delaware County, certainly.
Not sure why it's not. There we go. It should be showing up on the screen.
It was just showing up,
Like shows
yeah.
up for a second and then goes away.
You do have that? Okay.
Oh, there, now
There
it's
we
back.
go. Okay. So ultimately, we have prepared a traffic impact study to determine the impacts of the development and come up with a list of recommendations that we've kind of challenged Biomed Realty Trust to take a look at. The full document of the traffic impact study was just recently submitted to the Township's office as well as the Township Engineer's office late last week, and that is currently under review. We certainly don't have a review letter just because it was just submitted just a couple of days ago. But if I can talk about really the results and our recommendations for this particular redevelopment project, many of them focus on King of Prussia Road. Again, it's the major collector feeding employees entering and exiting the site. From a physical improvement standpoint, currently King of Prussia Road is a 3-lane cross-section, 1 lane in the northbound direction, 1 lane in the southbound direction, and then a center-left turn lane that feeds either the driveways on the eastern side, which is the Biomed Realty Trust side, or driveways on the western side, Radnor High School, the bus depot, the other office complexes to the north there. One of our recommendations is to increase the cartway width of King of Prussia Road to at least a 5-lane cross-section. What that would do is provide 2 northbound lanes, 2 southbound lanes, and maintain that 2-way center-left turn lane in the middle of King of Prussia Road for left turn movements. And then in addition to that, provide right turn deceleration lanes for a couple of our driveways for northbound traffic along King of Prussia Road. So in many areas it turns into a 5-lane cross-section. In some areas it's a 6-lane cross-section. And this would provide safe and efficient access into and out of the driveways there.
We're calling it a 3-lane road now?
That's correct.
With the turns, okay.
Yes. In the future, 5 lanes, 2 in northbound, 2 southbound, and then the center left turn lane with additional right turn lanes as well. And that really is carried on from just north of Lancaster Avenue intersection. Right now, that area is about a 5-lane cross-section today, and then it necks down into the existing 3-lane cross-section, really carrying that 5-lane cross-section through the limits of the work along King of Prussia Road, basically just north of our existing northern driveway, or the driveway that accesses the SEPTA lot, or the Norristown high-speed lot to the north of our site, and then start to transition that back down to the existing 3-lane cross-section as you start to get more toward the office complexes to the north, and then also Radnor Chester Road. The other recommendation that we have, yes?
I'm sorry. The 5 lanes would extend from where to where?
It would extend, if I can point, I don't think I have a pointer there.
Just say it again. I just didn't process it.
Just north of Okay, sure. Just north of Lancaster Avenue, where this little hand is, right here, because it's currently about a 5-lane cross-section here. It's 2 lanes in the northbound direction, and actually 3 lanes in the southbound direction. There are dual lefts southbound onto Lancaster Avenue, and then a right turn lane there. So right in this area, it would continue that 5-lane cross-section, traveling the hand up here, right to about this point, and then that's the point where it starts to transition back down to as you can see right in this area, it becomes a 4-lane cross-section in this area, and then as we get closer to these driveways up here, it goes back down to the existing 3-lane cross-section. Also, currently this site has 4 access driveways. There's a southern access down here where the hand is. There is 2 access points here that kind of creates a circular motion in front of the building, and then the northern access up there. One of the recommendations that we are making is to eliminate the 2 access points, or basically combine these 2 access points to 1 full access driveway, which aligns with Radnor High School. That would provide full access for those particular movements. And it will also allow us to now signalize this driveway, not only for the benefit of the site, but also for the benefit of Radnor High School as well. There have been some conversations with Radnor High School over the last several weeks to make sure that our work is being coordinated with some of the work that they're actually doing for their site based on some of the consultants that they have as well. And we'll continue to coordinate with some of their consultants on the engineering side. The other recommendation is the signalization of this southern driveway down here. Provide maintain full movement access, however, to provide a signalized entrance and exit to the southern access point there. The other major recommendation that we had made, just kind of certainly a lay of the land. Obviously, on the eastern side of our site is the Norristown high-speed line, which basically borders our site to the east, and that runs up to the northern part of the page here. Right where my hand is the SEPTA regional rail, which then feeds into the Radnor station up at the top left corner of the site. This suburban site is I think, very fortunate to have this type of mass transit infrastructure in place in such close proximity, not only just, certainly within walking distance from the Radnor site, but also adjacent to our site here. One of my recommendations was to develop a travel demand management program for the employers and the employees of this particular site. I think that it's a very certainly desirable area to work, but however, not all the employees will live, certainly in the general vicinity of this area. There could be employees in Center City. There could be employees in other suburban locations that can access this site through these two mass transit linkages. One of the challenges for, I think, suburban office complexes to take advantage of these types of locations are what's called the last mile. Really, the effort to get from the train station to their actual place of employment. A lot of times, it requires the connection of a bus to get from the train station to the front door of the office building. I think the proximity, certainly the Norristown high-speed line, eliminates that last hurdle from using mass transit. It eliminates that need for that last mile connection there, because it certainly is an easy pedestrian pathway to the site adjacent to the high-speed line station.
Excuse me, would you be able to point out where the stations are?
Yes. The Norristown high-speed line is right where my hand is here, about 2/3 up the page on the right-hand side. This is our site right here. I'm circling it. The Radnor station is underneath the wording up here in the upper left corner of the page, and that's the Radnor station for the regional rail line. So I talked a lot about the Norristown high-speed line right here adjacent to our site. The other station obviously is the Radnor station. There is a full pedestrian access from the station. There is I'll call it a protected sidewalk underneath the bridge there, or the train overpass, as you travel down King of Prussia Road, and sidewalks connecting that station all the way down King of Prussia Road to the proposed redevelopment site. That's approximately, it's less than a half a mile walk. I'm going to say it's about a quarter to a third of a mile walk. I don't have the number of feet actually right now at my fingertips, but that is certainly a walkable route. Certainly it can be biked as well. Something that certainly wouldn't necessarily require a bus linkage from the Radnor station down to to the site here.
I just want to jump in for one moment.
Yes.
I'm involved in another township with a business improvement district, and we're trying to extend this R100 line into the King of Prussia Mall, et cetera. Part of the study is going to look at the feasibility of possibly bringing the two stations closer together, or making some interconnection other than the sidewalk between the heavy rail and the R100. Mm-hmm. So that is actually going to be studied and may change the location possibly of at least the R100 station.
In the other township?
No, here. It's, in other words, this is integral to extending the line, mm-hmm. and making it all work better, and a connection with heavy rail is desirable, because the other connection, there's 3 times or 4 times as many people using the R5 as the R6, and the other connection is with the R6. So just giving you a heads up on that, and for the public's benefit as well.
Thank you.
Skip, are you thinking they're going to want to move it toward the R5 line?
I think it's very preliminary. They're just looking at how to make the two work better together, because some people don't know where one is and they use the other, kind of a thing. But it may mean possibly, I don't think they can easily move the heavy rail station. If there's going to be a station to move at all, it would have to be the R100.
I think that the benefits of even the location of the current Radnor station right here, it still does lend itself to encouraging that type of non-automobile transit back and forth to the site. And in addition, with the 5-lane cross-section along King of Prussia Road, we are certainly planning on maintaining all the pedestrian access pedestrian trailways to back and forth to the Radnor station. So right now it's a 3-lane cross-section, a grass strip, and a sidewalk, and then some landscaping and berming. We anticipate keeping certainly that grass strip, the sidewalk, and then some type of streetscape treatment as it connects further into the site, whether it's that's not my area of expertise in terms of the landscaping package or anything like that, but we want to make sure that this is desirable for pedestrians and they feel safe to have that separation between the automobile traffic and the pedestrian traffic there. So, as I mentioned, significant improvements along King of Prussia Road, challenging Biomed Realty to create a travel demand program. And then lastly, because this will be done in phases, we don't know where the market for office space is going to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So what we had suggested was kind of monitoring a number of these access points in the King of Prussia Road corridor as a number of the office space comes online. Right now there's about 430,000 square feet. Some of it which is unoccupied. As they step forward with additional buildings, renovating current, not renovating current space, but keeping some current space, demoing some buildings, bringing additional space online. I think that there's a need to continue to monitor this and not just take a look at it in 2012, but maybe have a threshold of 600,000 square feet or 700,000 square feet. You can monitor the operations of the intersections, you can monitor the King of Prussia Road corridor, and then you can monitor the usage of the mass transit facilities as well. So that was another recommendation that we had come up with for Biomed Realty.
Did you review the intersection of Lancaster and Sproul Road?
In our conversations with the Township Engineer's Office and their traffic consultant, that was not one of the intersections that was...
I think that's a major consideration point because a lot of people, there's so much traffic on that now, especially with Villanova University. When they're in session, I think it's an important place to look.
I know that, for lack of a better term, I think that intersection has been quote-unquote studied to death. I know that Villanova is looking at that as part of their dormitory project in the south side of Lancaster Avenue. Also, the DVRPC has issued a corridor study and performed a corridor study along Lancaster Avenue from 52nd Street in Philadelphia to really the Radnor Township border to the west. And certainly, as part of that study was the intersection of Lancaster Avenue and Route 320. Right now, there's six legs of roadways coming into the signalized intersection there, and I think it really lends itself to too many roadways pulling green time away from their particular approach. There are no shortages of ideas at the intersection. A lot of them do require private, commercial, business cooperation, I'll put it, in terms of restricting some of their driveways and access points, not only to Lancaster Avenue, making some full access driveways right in, right out, but also realigning Alwyn Road to either move it away from the signal further east on Lancaster Avenue closer to Villanova University, or really realigning Alwyn to the south of those...
It's Aldwyn.
I'm sorry. Alwyn to the south of those commercial properties to actually tee into 320 to the south of this intersection. So there's a lot of ideas at that intersection. I know the DVRPC put an estimate of a 5 to 10 year range for improvements at the intersection and a cost of greater than $5 million at the intersection. So I don't disagree with you that...
Well, I think you should consider it in your mix of figures because you just, excuse me, studied King of Prussia Road. They don't fall out of the sky to get to King of Prussia Road. A good portion of them will come down Lancaster to get on the King of Prussia Road. And then your major bottleneck is underneath the bridge to get to King of Prussia Road. So I think you need to branch out a little more in your study.
When you say underneath the bridge?
The little, well, no, not the Blue Route Bridge. I'm talking about the little railroad bridge over by the Radnor train station.
To the north, up in this area right here. Right. That is certainly another regional concern for a lot of the landowners in that area. I mean, as you can see from this aerial, Biomed is not the only property owner or neighbor in this area. There's obviously a large complex over here to the south along King of Prussia Road, Radnor High School. I think it's always been, that constriction has always been there. I don't think that the scope of this particular project could widen the underpass and work with SEPTA necessarily.
But you're doubling your square footage, or you're proposing to double your square footage there, which therefore will bring more cars. I think that all needs to be brought into the mix.
We can take a look at if we carry some of the widening along King of Prussia Road further north than what we're looking at, and then potentially tying it back in. One of the things that we actually saw, the capacity along King of Prussia Road from our analysis isn't necessarily, in my mind, the constriction isn't constricting capacity along King of Prussia Road. What it does is what we actually would like to see is along Radnor-Chester Road, see dual left turn lanes from Radnor-Chester onto northbound King of Prussia Road. And that actually would, as well as from Matson Ford, dual lefts onto southbound King of Prussia Road. What that does, that improves those two intersections. The problem with that is that if you have two left turn lanes making a left on King of Prussia Road, you need to transition them down to one lane very quickly. So we're looking at some feasibility of those improvements there.
Yeah, the problem I see happening is that people who want to travel north will really get caught in the bottleneck because of that little bridge there, the little underpass. But they're also going to get stuck in a large bottleneck trying to get out onto the Blue Route or onto going north, 476 going north, or 320 going north. So you basically only have three options there unless you travel west to go north. But any one of them, those roads are clogged continually during rush hour now, especially when Villanova's in session.
And we have recommended the improvements to really improve significantly the areas that we do control. There are some things outside and off-site intersections that we don't necessarily control, and those are some things we can continue to look at. The feasibility of the high cost of widening the SEPTA bridge to north on King of Prussia Road. Restricting private property and their access at the intersection of 320 and Lancaster Avenue. Those things are things that we can continue to take a look at.
I agree with you on that, but what is in your control is the amount of square footage that you put on your property, because that drives the cars, basically the amount of cars that you would have.
So when you laid out this plan with the expanse from the 3 lanes to the 5 lanes,
yes,
and you went through this exercise, how many cars were you looking at?
Bear with me here for a second.
And just so you know, that's not just SEPTA, that's Amtrak. Amtrak actually owns that right away.
Which adds another layer of challenges on that bridge.
Or like 5 layers, but
We're dealing with something in Paoli right now where I know exactly what you're talking about. So,
While you're looking there, is there a significance to the green and the orange colors on this traffic diagram? The arrows, some of them are in green, some of them are in orange. Is there a significance of what that means?
yeah,
Yeah. On my drawing, they're green. Some are green and some are
They're
orange.
just not showing up there.
Mm-hmm. One blue, right?
There's a blue up here.
Maybe the orange is existing and green is proposed. Is that?
Well, it's actually. I do apologize. I think it's a little bit of both. Down the. I'm sorry. Down to the south of the exhibit, the green arrows are existing along King of Prussia Road there. As you get closer to the intersection, I think the orange arrows are centered around the intersections at our driveways or the access points of our driveways. So what we do is when we analyze the King of Prussia Road corridor, we actually analyze the individual intersections. What does an intersection of Radnor High School, King of Prussia Road and the new Biomed access require. And based upon our analysis, requires 2 lanes northbound, 2 lanes southbound, left turn lanes, right turn lanes. And we do that for each of those intersections. And then we obviously realize that we need to connect those lanes. We just can't widen and then cut back down, widen and then cut back down. So I think the green are really the corridor lanes, whereas the orange are the intersection lanes.
So none of the information on here speaks to whether or not some of these particular intersections are already failing, or how much they're failing?
Not on this exhibit, but they do in the traffic impact study.
Great, thank
yes. To get back to
yes, Bogosian.
Yes, I'm not sure who asked the question about the number of trips that would be brought to this area. Right now, the existing site generates approximately 500 peak hour trips in the morning peak hour.
Is that the existing peak hour traffic as it is, or if the existing building were fully occupied?
It's as if the existing building was fully occupied, yes.
That's only from that building, is that correct? That doesn't include the high school and stuff?
That's correct.
No, just their building.
That's correct. 430,000 square feet.
That's not all office, right? That's just the size of the building. How much is actually office now? Because you're talking about going from a mixed-use building today to all office. So give us an idea of that 430. I don't know. One of the biomed guys, feel free to jump up there. How much is really office today?
Approximately half of it is office and half of it is laboratory space. But even that is a little bit skewed because in today's world, laboratory combines both office and lab. So if you really were to sort of dissect it down to what, from a code perspective, is lab versus office versus pragmatics, because I think what you're after is how many people are involved, it's about 3/4 office space and 1/4 lab space.
And so he's saying that in 430,000 square feet, you only have 500 cars coming in and out?
That's correct.
At peak hour?
That's during the peak hour.
Not all day, just...
No, I understand that.
That's correct. And those are based upon ITE standards of studies that were done all throughout the country in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and this decade as well, 2000s.
So you didn't do actual traffic counts of this site?
We did. We did
Okay.
actual counts at this site. However, there is some unoccupied space, so we then built into that the additional traffic that we brought to this area if that unoccupied space was occupied. Right.
And what are the existing parking spaces that accommodate this group?
I don't have the number of existing parking spaces off the top of my head on this site.
The number of existing parking spaces is approximately 860.
Okay, thank you. 860. Thank you.
So,
Okay, and then,
So I would-
and then for your
right.
plan.
And I was rounding. Let me kind of get together down to the maybe more accurate numbers here. The morning peak hour, I mentioned 500. It's actually 488
Okay.
in the morning peak hour. In the evening peak hour is approximately 364. 364. I'm sorry, 364. Well, I came to work at 8 o'clock this morning and I haven't been home since.
No,
so,
they drive to work, but they take the train home.
But that's the question I had. In your calculations, are you ignoring the train in that calculation?
In existing conditions, in existing conditions, we are, because a lot of the industry standards for office buildings in a suburban site did not have the advantage of a mass transit in the close proximity. In our proposed conditions, and that's why that's not an exact flatline ratio of 430 versus 430,000 square feet to 850. It's not a straight line, linear progression of trips, because there is a reduction in that trip generation because of the close proximity to the SEPTA line and the Amtrak line, so the Route 100 and the Radnor station.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
So, okay, so that's the existing. Appreciate that.
Yes.
The 500 and the 384. If you're proposing to double the office space, the square footage size here, Why are you tripling the parking spaces if the intention is to get people to use mass transit?
I'm sorry, I don't have the parking numbers on hand.
I could speak to that a bit. My name's Russ Cole. I'm the architect, so I'm not the developer. But what happens in the world when the developer brings tenants, prospective tenants to see the place, they are going to insist on a certain parking ratio, whether they use it or not. And actually, if you go around to a lot of sites, you'll see that they don't fully utilize the parking spaces. But we have to go in and at least have the capability of giving them that ratio of parking, which is about 3 per 1,000. Otherwise, they're going to balk and say, no, we don't have enough room to park our people there. Now, some of that could be land banked parking. So it doesn't necessarily have to be all built out, but we just have to be able to convince any prospective tenant that there is the legal capability of adding parking if it's required. So where we started with the design was making sure that we had some way, in this case with a parking structure, to achieve that.
Okay, so if we used kind of a similar math, I just did a calculation of, you have 862 parking spaces there, so they're not all utilized. I'll go with the higher number just to keep the percentage. Well, I could do it either way. Anyway, it's about 58% of the parking spaces are utilized. So in building 2,637 parking spaces, would I use the same 58% to say that we're going to have something like 1,400 or 1,500 parking spaces?
Let's take a different approach.
Okay.
So they look at density. So essentially, if you're building an office building, you want to try to maximize your capacity, right? So you use about 100 to about 250 per square foot per cars, per person, per 1,000 square feet. In a lab, you use about 1,000.
No, it's 1,000 square feet per person, per tenant.
The ratio, right?
And
So in other words, like per person, I'm going to give that person about 100 to 250 square feet per square foot. In a lab, I'm giving that person about 1,000 square feet. So the ratio of density is very different. So you can have a really, really dense office space, or you can have a really luxurious, so in other words, a law firm will have a much higher per person per square foot, right? Bigger offices, big libraries, that kind of thing.
And what are you guys shooting for? How many square feet per person?
Per person for a lab?
No, for what you're proposing for development.
About 200.
So very dense, much denser than even an office.
No, that is an office.
I thought you said 250 for an office and 1,000 for a lab. And
About 1,000 for a lab.
And you're shooting for 200.
200 for this particular.
Yeah, so more
Right.
dense than the typical 250
Yeah,
per.
yeah.
Okay.
Sure,
So more dense. That's
yeah,
fine.
more dense. Yeah, if you wanted to try to get to like a GSA, like a government office building, it's about 100. They really pack them in. Cubes, right? Right. So in other words, you got really small cubes, really packed in. Really big cubes, not so packed in. Big offices, and on and on and on.
So in your proposed traffic considerations, you did not consider the train because that wasn't part of
No, in the existing
the
conditions-
equations and the existing conditions.
In existing conditions, we did not consider the train.
Right.
And in the unoccupied space that's currently on site, we did not take advantage of the train
Okay.
station because those, again, were,
But then in the proposed, where you're starting to look at the 5 lanes and everything,
Yes.
you did consider that a lot of people will be taking the train.
I wouldn't say a lot.
That people will be taking the train.
Yes. A lot of the studies.
Somebody might take the
A lot of the
train.
studies allow
We
us
hope.
to take, right, a lot of the studies allow us to take about 15 to 20% usage of mass transit. We took a 7% usage of mass transit. So ITE allows, because of the close proximity to the station, approximately 15 to 20% of people using mass transit instead of the automobiles. We took a 7%.
Do you not find that when there's parking available, people are less likely to use the train?
No, actually, in the
I know I am.
In the office market, in today's office market, in the suburban setting, you almost have to provide a tenant at least 4 per 1,000. We're proposing here just around 3 per 1,000. So we are actually going to be telling people, the market, that we're lower than the typical suburban office ratio, but we have access to mass transit.
But I thought you said you were doing 200 feet was going to be 200 square, because it's going to be your number. That'd be 5 per thousand.
Yeah, that would be, if you did, this is a ratio, so in other words, we're doing 3 per thousand. So that's cars, right? When I say 200 square feet, that's a body, right?
People.
Right, so you do it, if I was looking for 5,000 square feet, right, I'd take 200 divided by the 5,000 feet, and that would give you approximately how many people were in your office. No. Right.
Am I hearing
Not that
this correctly, that you're providing 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square foot?
Correct.
Built. And potentially, those 3 parking spaces may not actually be constructed if not needed.
Correct. Kevin, what's our zoning for office now, for parking? What's our requirement?
I'd have to take a look at that. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think it's, you take
Do you know, Nick?
80% of gross, and then for the first 50,000, you use 1 per 200, and then for anything over 50,000, is it 1 per 250 or 1 per 300? It's in the code.
Is it on there? 1 per 300.
Now, if King of Prussia Road is expanded to 5 lanes, basically 4 lanes and a turning lane, above the part that's already wide enough because it has the turn signals onto Lancaster,
Yes.
I feel like perhaps you've accommodated extra cars up until the intersection, but the intersection is already being used. All those 5 lanes are already being used. So we add all these new trips. I mean, we can't go to 7 lanes. I mean, how is that going to impact that intersection?
There are some other recommendations that we have along Lancaster Avenue. We want to, and that was really one of the biggest recommendations is, again, to monitor these intersections because we want to know what the impacts are. As you distribute traffic, there's only 100% to go around. So, X percent go up King of Prussia Road, another Y percent go westbound on Lancaster Avenue. Some go to the Blue Route, some go to Lancaster Avenue toward the city. And that's why I want to kind of monitor those intersections. And one of the biggest bangs for our buck here is signal timing, and basically the closed loop system of those 3 signalized intersections and beyond as you get past the 476 ramps, making sure they're all working on the same closed loop system, talking to each other. All the computers are on the same system to make that progression of traffic along Lancaster Avenue flow the best it can. So when you introduce additional traffic on King of Prussia Road, those existing timings, additional traffic on southbound King of Prussia Road, those existing timings need to be modified, and that's where the monitoring process comes in to make sure that the appropriate green time is allotted to the correct approaches. So you can use that you can use video detection, you can use loop detectors embedded in the roadway, and they also actually have some additional equipment now. Rhythm Engineering out of Wisconsin has put together this signal equipment that actually goes by minute historical data to say, hey, on a typical Wednesday at 4:45 p.m., this amount of traffic has progressed to this intersection over the last month. That kind of equipment can also be installed at these intersections along Lancaster Avenue to even further provide further technology for the signal equipment. I think that the biggest bang for your buck is going to be technology along Lancaster Avenue. You're not going to build your way out of a congestion problem along Lancaster Avenue.
We already have a huge congestion problem.
Yeah, I just did a couple of rough numbers, and I just want to figure out because this is information, appreciate it, you guys have some recommendations. I feel like I won't say it's getting ahead of ourselves, but we're supposed to be looking at ordinance work, and instead we're looking at a traffic study. But hang on, before we even get into the ordinance, because it does ultimately, and I think Nick's right, we all know that what we're really talking about is traffic and people and congestion. Just shy of 700,000 square feet of office space when you do the 80% of what you're proposing. At 200 square foot per person brings you up to just shy of 3,500 people in the building. You said a few minutes ago that you have a mass transit rate use that you calculated at 7%, which says that of those 3,500 people, less than 250 of them will use mass transit, which means you guys are talking about putting over 3,000 people on King of Prussia Road and Lancaster Avenue. I know that last month, 1 or 2 months ago, one of the things we talked about was like a dedicated on-off ramp from the Blue Route. I mean, I used your 7%, I used your 200 square feet per person, I used your numbers of 80% of 850, and that's the numbers I come up with. I can't even begin to think what it would look like to put 3,200 cars on that road. It's incomprehensible to me. And we had talked about it like a dedicated on-off from the Blue Route. Is that something you even looked at with your recommendations? I know up on the Turnpike, I think the exit's called Virginia Ave. There's some easy pass dedicated thing. It must be to some company.
It's a westbound only, westbound off, westbound on ramp.
I'm assuming it's for some company that's back there.
It's for a big complex. Back
Exactly.
Sure. Yep.
This is feeling like that kind of a project. And I don't know if you looked at that or if you were told that's a non-starter and don't even enter the conversation about, because there's no technology that's going to handle 3,000 people on that, 3,000 cars on that road.
Well, I certainly wasn't told not to take a look at that or have it be a non-starter. Because of the existing infrastructure that's there now and what's seen on site, 430,000 square feet on site, the physical construction along King of Prussia Road, based upon our analysis of a 5-lane cross section, does handle those peaks. Now, I don't, and the reason why we are studying or are talking about traffic here is because we know it's part of the larger conversation of the ordinance and things like that. I know we're maybe getting away from talking about the ordinance, but I know it's also a hot button topic to be talking about here tonight. I think that with the phasing that is really anticipated for the site, and it's going to be a long construction, not I want to say a long construction period, a long period to bring office space online. I think we have the ability to say, let's monitor these intersections. Let's take a look at feasibility for right-of-way that may not be able to be acquired in the next 6 months, but may potentially be able to be acquired in 2 years or 3 years. And that's where I think maybe different thresholds of improvements could be done with different phases of the project. The first 100,000 square feet that's brought on, I'm recommending to Biomed that all of King of Prussia Road is a 5-lane cross section. We're not going to build a 4th lane this year and a 5th lane 3 years from now. We're going to build the whole thing now. But it also allows us to monitor, say, each 100,000 square feet that's brought on board, and it allows us to dig further into the feasibilities of different improvements along Lancaster Avenue. But
Appreciate that. Are my numbers, they're not out of the ballpark of what is anticipated here in terms of the square footage, the 80%, the 200 per square feet, and again, using your number, 7% using mass transit, which I will raise again when we talk about what this ordinance is supposed to be. But
the one thing I was just going to add, they are a bit skewed high, and the reason why is because when we study occupancy within a building, obviously you're always going to have a situation where there's a certain percentage of. You're always going to have a situation there's a certain percentage of people who are not there, particularly in today's mobile society. It used to be 10%. So on any given day you went into a company, 10% of the people are not there. Now it's getting closer to 20, 25% because of mobility. So what we're saying is, and I think what Matt is saying, is that from a tenant's perspective, they still want that office, that workstation, whatever it is, but if you look at it into the way today's world works, they're not spending every minute of every day there the way that they might have years ago, and even then that was using a 10% vacancy. Now that vacancy rate keeps creeping up. So that's the only place where it skews the numbers a little.
But somewhere over 2,000. I mean, I could take 15 or 20% off of 3,200, and we're still talking over 2,000 cars.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you something that's an aside? Just, are there studies that show the safety differences between 3 lanes and 5 lanes? Obviously, a 5-lane road, people are going to go faster. I know you do what you can with technology to control it, but my concern is brand new drivers pulling in and out of the high school, distracted, inexperienced. Well, hopefully they're not texting. I think there's enough problems now with the buses and the kids and everybody pulling out of the high school. It's just a danger spot. and it's 3 lanes now. You go to 5 lanes with those kids pulling out of there, those young, inexperienced drivers. Are there studies that show us how that affects them?
Yeah, well, let me answer the first question. Are there safety differences between a 3-lane or a 5-lane cross-section of a roadway? And my answer is it depends on the design of the roadway. A 12 feet per lane with a lot of wide shoulder, no trees in the area, no center median, no curbing, no sidewalk, you're going to have some pretty fast drivers. When you start to constrict that lane, when you put a grass median in the center of King of Prussia Road, when you have an 8-inch curb with a grass strip and a sidewalk, and then street trees along the side of King of Prussia Road, that starts to kind of create a canopy effect or a traffic calming effect. So I'm not looking to design a freeway along King of Prussia Road. Certainly not. I mean, the goal of King of Prussia Road is to provide access and not necessarily what I'll call mobility. So we're not looking for 55, 50, 45 mile per hour speeds in this roadway. We're going to design, really our design speed is probably a 35 mile per hour design speed, which then takes into account your lane widths, your shoulder widths, how many street trees you can put on there to really kind of control speed there. The other aspect is we are providing a signal at the Radnor High School, so I hope that provides a safer entrance and exit for those drivers there. I think that the traffic signal in this particular case is going to be a safer situation than what's out there today.
I want to back up here for a second. We're at 10 o'clock. We've been talking about this for an hour. I'm not sure where our goal is at this point in time, and I want somebody to try to, I think it's great that the applicant brought a traffic study, but I certainly don't want the applicant's traffic study. If we're going to talk about this size building, I want an independent traffic study before we consider a building of this size. So I'm not sure where we're going. We're kind of the tail wagging the dog here. We're supposed to be looking at some language, but we're talking about a 730,000 square foot building that's just a complex. It's just behemoth. I think if you took the 430,000 square feet you had today and converted it to all office, we have issues. We have parking issues, we have traffic issues. So to think we're going to go from 400 to 700 is a huge number, and I'm not sure we're doing this right. So I guess I want to get some direction. Peter, I guess I'm looking to you, or maybe Kevin. I get the concept, I get the idea that this is a great spot for a taller building, but from a traffic point of view, it's a horrible spot for a taller building.
The issue that's before you tonight is the ordinance, and whether or not, what your recommendations are on that ordinance. Now, obviously, practically speaking, there is a development behind that ordinance, and that's why you're looking at the traffic study. And it's kind of hard to separate the two. But really, your job tonight, the reason why this is in front of you, is that they've submitted a petition asking the township to adopt this ordinance amendment, and it's been forwarded to you for you guys to review the ordinance amendment and give comments on whether or not you like it or not, whether or not you recommend changes to it, and ultimately whether or not you recommend the township adopt it, either as is or with changes. And you certainly can do that completely absent the development that's being proposed. You can just look at it from, as any other ordinance amendment, that there isn't a development immediately behind it. And you could do it that way, or you could do it, I guess, looking at it from a realistic standpoint, or reality-wise, that, here's the ordinance that's going to make this development occur, and look at them both at the same time. It's kind of up to you. Obviously, if you look at it, just the ordinance, it's a little quicker process. But that's what your goal is to give a recommendation on the ordinance being proposed.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I actually I'm so glad you said that, because I actually have a very basic question for Nick and the applicant. So the proposed amendment is called Mixed Use Special Transportation Development. I'm trying to figure out what the mixed use is, because from what I can figure out, you're taking out the mixed use and taking out laboratory and making it just office. And the only special transportation I'm hearing about are cars. There's nothing about, I get the term, I've heard it, I see it down in Ardmore, I saw it down at Penn when they built a new SEPTA station right at the hospital in conjunction with a whole development thing, and you could go right from 30th Street right over to the hospital. you guys aren't proposing anything like that. So the title of this ordinance zoning amendment doesn't even make sense to me as a starting
But
point.
there
I was
are
hoping you
mixed-
guys could give some.
Right now, you recall, we have restaurant uses in there, we have health club uses in there, so it is more than just an office and a laboratory type use, in addition to those current laboratory uses. And if you look at the Radnor zoning map, this is the PLO zoning district, and this area is really the only area in Radnor where there can be future development, future commercial development. This area in this PLO zoning district between the train tracks and Lancaster Avenue, because you really have no residential development in the area there also, so it makes sense from that standpoint. It also makes sense from a transportation standpoint because we have the Blue Route right across the street from King of Prussia Road, and then we also have 2 regional rail lines. And that's why it's called a transportation district. It's because of the locality of the regional rail lines in addition to the locality of the Blue Route.
Okay, well, this
You couldn't put this in the middle of Wayne, obviously,
No.
North Wayne Avenue and Lancaster Avenue, but this is the area where you can put this type of development in the township.
But I think where I'm confused about is I thought the notion of mixed use was supposed to be blending things like residential with commercial, so that people could live in proximity, kind of not like the Wayne Business Overday, more like the Ardmore, must that they create, mixed use that they created, where there is walkability, residential, commercial. It is truly all mixed. It almost sounds like you guys are going to unmix this and make it more just office space, at least from what I heard everybody say.
Mainly. And Susan, I think maybe it's a matter of semantics, too. I mean, again, this is an ordinance drafted by us, and certainly we're coming to the township for recommendations and comments.
And then the second part of it, the transportation, and I appreciate what Peter said. I mean, we can just look at the ordinance regulation, but given that it came from an applicant, we kind of have to be somewhat aware of what the development proposed behind it.
And that's why we went through it.
No, exactly.
I mean, I wasn't going to give you an ordinance and then have you say, well, what are we building?
I appreciate that.
Obviously, you have to know what can be built.
I would say I'm sensing very little emphasis on developing that transit use component. That's the part that doesn't feel very developed at all in this, not in the ordinance itself, and not in the plan, the kind of your preliminary plans that we saw. In that you still are planning on very low usage of the rail system that's nearby, and that. And then particularly if Skip's information about what might be happening with the R100 is accurate, I mean, maybe it's good
That's
that you
even
know
better,
that.
because you're going to be extending the R100 line into King of Prussia, and you're going to
Well,
have...
it's good unless they move that station farther away from your office, and people don't want to walk the half a mile.
As we know, if you go into Philadelphia, you walk that distance.
No, I'm just saying.
They're looking at possibilities of doing things. It doesn't mean that they will.
No, and what I'm thinking is that this group would have to consider building, their own new station right at their property, kind of like what Penn did when they built their big development down on, I guess it's right on like 32nd Street or whatever. In any event, it's more I'm not really so much seeing the mixed use part here. I'm seeing office development, and I get it's one of the few places in Radnor you can still develop. It just feels like commercial development you want to do.
And we did add other
Mixed
uses.
commercial
I think it's more of a matter...
Office, retail?
I'm not hearing any retail. I'm not hearing, I mean,
Well, it's
I'm hearing what's-
730,000 square feet. It's clearly going to be mixed. You're going to have some retail there. Where are they going to eat? Center Wayne?
That's what I was asking about. I didn't hear about any of that.
Oh, yeah, we have restaurant use in there. We have
it's in
the
there.
retail
It's in
restaurant.
Generally, when you talk about mixed use, you're not talking about other uses that serve the population of just the office complex. You'd be talking about people, and it sounds like that's what this would be, not that someone else couldn't go to a restaurant there, but with so many people in the offices there, if they have restaurants, it's for those offices.
I just
not
didn't hear
really
about
mixed
any of that
use.
last month.
But that's not really mixed use. That's just
Thank you.
supporting that one use.
That's what I think.
Right.
Okay, but again, Susan, it's a matter of semantics. I mean, we can come up with any wording that we want to come up with, but...
All right, thank you.
And as I said, just and maybe, John, you want to address more the transportation aspect of this, but again, this is the only area in the township that we have 2 regional rail lines within probably a quarter mile of each other.
And yet, you wouldn't really be using them very much in this plan.
Actually, really, to comment on that, I didn't want to. To comment on that, I didn't want to grossly take advantage of the railroad stations and maybe inflate some of the usage of the employees using those rail stations. I'm allowed to take a 15 to 20% reduction. I took a look at a conservative amount and used 7%. I can certainly work in terms of a review of this study. It was submitted to Gilmore Associates in the township. I want to get conversations started with Gilmore Associates to talk about their review of the traffic study and talk about their feedback on our recommendations and see if we can come to maybe some additional things that they're looking at us doing. And if they say, John, you're crazy, you're allowed to take 15 to 20% reduction, take it, John. I'll do that, but I don't want to overestimate or certainly be accused of overestimating what we think that the usage is going to be, and that's why I also challenge these guys to develop that travel demand management program to boost that number higher than 15 to 20%. I'd like to get it 30% in that regard.
And can we back up again away from the traffic one more time, because I have a question for our staff, which is, what do you feel, I'd like to get your input on how you feel about the appropriateness of doing a rezoning for one property versus just having them come in normally and go for a variance or waivers. I'd like to get an answer from Mike.
But it's not one property.
One small area, excuse me.
Well, I don't know if, Nick, we're not talking about a rezoning, but a new use,
Yes.
correct? And I think that there's some terminology in the ordinance amendment that you refer to district and development interchangeably, but it's a new use that they would be proposing that would be then a permitted use through conditional use approval within the district itself. So it's not a rezoning, and I think that was something that I had noted in my review of that they're calling it a mixed-use special transportation development, but then right above that it's mixed-use special transportation district. So I think that there was some terminology there that
It's in the PL, Julia,
So
just
that's
so you know,
the new
it's in
use.
the PLO district, and what we're doing
Is this the new
creating-
use ordinance that we created? Is this falling
no,
under
this
that?
has nothing to do with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is within the PLO district.
So
Basically,
within
you're
the PLO
amending the
district,
PLO
amending it
district
to allow a new use.
with various setbacks and height requirements.
So maybe
and things
our
of that nature.
conversation about semantics is not so irrelevant, because if the new use is mixed-use, transportation-dependent development, we're not seeing it. And that doesn't mean that in an amendment it might not be a good thing, but I don't see how it would play out.
And I just want to ask staff a question again. Susan's question, are you sure that this wouldn't be appropriate under the ordinance we just passed about new uses in the...
No, the applicant is coming in and proposing a new use. The amendment that we had that has passed is for somebody wanting to come in and propose something that the ordinance doesn't comprehend or contemplate, rather.
This is not the type of use that we are legally obligated to provide within the township's borders. It's an amalgam of uses that were needed to provide, mixed together in a special way, so that it would reflect what they desire to build on this property.
Because there's nothing in the ordinance that speaks to creating transportation uses. There's nothing in this ordinance about that. There's height, there's lack of setbacks, there's ability to put up all sorts of signs. There are restaurants, okay, but in the complex this size, that would almost be considered an accessory use, for Pete's sakes. And I think there's already some stuff there anyway. So what about this is transportation? There's nothing in the ordinance about transportation.
Well, I think the issue is here is then maybe you need to make those sorts of recommendations. That and that's what your job is here, is to look at the ordinance and say, okay, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, this is what we think is missing, this is what we think is too much, this is not enough. That's what you need to make. In some ways, you need to look at it as if, either John's office or my office or Kevin wrote this ordinance, and you're telling us, okay, this is what we like and don't like about it, make these changes. Except telling us, you're telling, in some ways, you're telling the applicant, but you're also telling the township, because the township ultimately has the discretion whether or not to adopt it.
Can we start going through the ordinance, since it's after 10?
Well, can I ask a couple of quick questions about the building itself? I mean, you currently have 430,000 square feet. Well, first of all, we're going back to the traffic thing, and you said that there are 488 peak hour trips. That means that with 800,000 square feet, you're going to get 1,100 trips during peak hours. That's more than that's a lot. But secondly, what is the height of the existing building?
The existing buildings are at approximately 91 feet above grade. And that's to the top of that mechanical aspect of it. Meaning that there,
penthouse?
on the laboratory building, there's the area where people actually physically occupy, and then there's a ton of stuff that makes the building run that's above that. So what we're trying to do is respect that volume that you're currently seeing there, and not go any higher than that.
What's the current height of the office building?
It's 91 feet.
No, I mean the building that is occupied.
The building
where people are in the building, not including the smokestacks or the mechanicals and so forth.
Not including those is it's about 60, 65 feet. I'd have to go back and check it. But off the top of my head, it's somewhere right in that range.
Okay, now what's the comparative size of the new footprint compared to the existing footprint?
Oh, it's much smaller.
The footprint's smaller?
Yeah. Right now, what we're proposing to do is build something that is a more compact footprint and taller, as opposed to something that's very wide. It has a big impact on the way that we deal with the site, including stormwater runoff, which is a whole nother discussion.
My question would be, would we want, and I'm asking the other members of the commission this, would we want something which is going to be broader and not so tall? Because is something like that going to fit in properly in the community in that area?
The existing building is 91 feet. I mean, the physicality of it is 91 feet. Some of that's pipes and things.
Right, but the upper stories are set back from the edges of the building.
No, they're not. Actually, if you look at the building, all that stuff is very visible from anywhere.
Well, I know it's visible, but it's still not, it's not.
It's not the whole length of the building, though, right? It's only one section of it.
No, it's pretty close to it. Yeah. Pretty close, much the whole length of the building. Yeah. It's packed with a lot of stuff up there. So it's solid from end to end and side to side.
It's funny, I graduated from Radnor, but I don't remember it being that tall.
And how would the percentage use change? Because obviously, as you go taller, you're going to decrease your options of getting lab-type tenants. You're going for more office lab as opposed to lab office. So today, if that percentage is, how will that change from what you have today, what your goal is? And is there going to be any lab? Because my guess is you built this is going to be all office.
Yeah, exactly. This is all designed as an office building with some mixed-use pieces to it.
Okay. But the lab aspect is gone.
Right. I mean, I think the first time we made the presentation, right, we came in here and said, listen, this is an A+ office location, and it's got a C- building on it, and it's a F in terms of a life science location. Okay, so it's got all over the board grades, but the best product to go here is a mixed-use office product.
Yeah, that's nice, but it's also got failing traffic and already failing traffic, and so I think, Ed, if you want to start on the ordinance, that's fine, because I have thoughts with that direction in mind.
Well, I guess I'm still hung up now to understand. I'm going to go look to Peter one more time. We're talking about taking a PLO ordinance that has nothing to do with PL. We're writing, we can say we're not changing the zoning, but we're absolutely changing the zoning.
No, but actually, Ed, the PLO permits office use. The PLO
But not
permits
exclusively.
office use. Yes, it does.
The intent is not to, I'd rather just sit down and just rezone the piece.
Radnor Corporate Center is zone PLO. That's
Correct.
all office.
Correct. But I'm saying we're going to write we're backing into something that I guess I'm just getting more and more uncomfortable with the more we talk about it, and everybody just jump in here. We're discussing exactly what we've done in Radnor. We've taken the PLO, made it all office. So why are we trying to do this just opposed
No,
to
no, no,
saying-
it's not necessarily making it all office.
Well,
I mean,
you're
in this development,
You're making it no lab.
in
Let's
this
put it that way.
development,
You're going to make it
not
no lab.
in the ordinance itself. The ordinance itself
Correct.
still permits lab.
So why don't we just write a piece of zoning for this as opposed to trying to back into it and bastardize what's there now?
No, the ordinance itself permits all the uses. The new proposed ordinance permits all the uses currently in the PLO district.
Okay.
have that in front of us right now?
I actually do, but
Does it permit restaurants?
I'll take a look
Well,
at that,
that's-
but
it-
I-
it per- it- it-
a
I think it says
cafeteria
a
or other
cafeteria.
service facility.
Well,
And located for the, operated and located for the exclusive use of the occupants of the building. But we're getting so specific that then it raises the question, isn't this just a classic case of spot zoning? I mean, right down to we can do this on the east side of King of Prussia Road. You know, I mean, the designation is so incredibly specific where it has to be adjacent to the railway and within 1,000 feet of the rail transit. Now, from a special transportation standpoint, I completely agree with being within 1,000 feet of a rail, but Penn Medicine at Radnor is actually closer, and yet that's because that's on the west side of King of Prussia Road. That wouldn't be applicable for this. So they say, for instance, that building couldn't do a higher, taller building, even though it's physically closer to the rail station. So that's why this is feeling like spot zoning for me.
Well,
or
remember your
Well, this came from.
a developer who wants
If
to
we
do
came
something.
from town, we'd be looking at all the properties
That's
down
right.
there, but that's not our interest.
I have a question for Nick.
And remember, too, it's a large piece of ground. It's not just for one person. There's at least 3 other property owners here. And again, this is before the board. If the board desires that perhaps you should extend that, you don't have to be adjacent to a railroad line, that's perhaps an amendment or a recommendation you can make.
And these other 3 properties, I don't know
It's
exactly
the
off my head, but are they?
Radnor, Racket, and then the old Shelton building,
Right.
which
And
is...
did you do any, did you
No,
crunch any
it's a-
numbers on if they all decided to build high-rise office buildings too, what that would do to the traffic?
I don't know. I have not looked at that.
I have a question.
Good.
We always talk about by right.
Correct.
What's the current by right? How many square feet can you put on
Well,
the
we
biomed
have,
property?
we have a plan. Remember, Ross, we have an approved plan, and I don't recall.
It's 100 in addition, it's in 100 in addition to the 400, right, to the 430.
We have a plan.
100,000 square feet additional, so from 430 to 530 by right.
Right, and we had an approved plan. Now, I don't know what by right would be. We have an approved plan for about 530,000 square feet. But that only, I think, added one building and may have taken down some buildings. It was nothing in this comparison.
Here's an interesting thing, though, in current PLO. Parking structures are only allowed to be constructed when they are for the purpose of eliminating allowable surface parking. So there's one of the big changes that they're proposing in theirs is that they will just simply allow a parking structure. I mean, probably what we should do is actually have the PLO zoning in front of us. Really, actually almost take this on as though it's like the PI zoning, where we have the original text of what existing PLO ordinance is, and have them incorporate this in, and let's see what changes would be, what unintended or intended changes would occur to PLO if we added this in. Because if we just say, for instance, we had just simply adopted this tonight without any consideration of PLO, we would actually have conflicting ordinance, because C5 would only have allowed a parking structure if it eliminated surface parking, and 63.1 DE would have allowed a parking structure.
Susan, I don't disagree that you look at both, but I know what you're doing, the institutional ordinance. This is an entire new
But
ordinance.
I'm just saying
So
the
it's-
process.
I can't, really, from a drafting standpoint, it would do no good to,
No, I don't want to change all of
This is-
PLO. We just should know what
Certainly,
we
you
already
should know
have.
what the PLO is. And for example, on use regulations, it talks about the scientific or industrial, basically the lab use. It says an office building. Then it talks about accessory uses such as a parking structure included in there, a cafeteria, recreation area for occupants. That is still included in this ordinance. And what I try to do is basically clarify it by some language so there can't be any dispute or any ambiguity in the language. So I was a little more specific on the type of uses that are permitted. So instead of saying a cafeteria, I said a restaurant, because we didn't want a situation where the township could be coming in and saying, this isn't a cafeteria, it's a restaurant where the general public could come in. So I included a restaurant use in there. But I do agree that you should be looking at both, because this does incorporate the uses included in here, and then it goes further and basically states, okay, these are your dimensional requirements as well for this particular use, and it would be a conditional use that would have to be approved by the township. It's not permitted by right, it is a conditional use.
Where do you have that written into your ordinance? Because I don't see that, unless it's under the use regulations on the next page, but I don't see that. And that's not.
No, I thought it may.
And
I'm just
and
looking
it's
at
not
it quickly.
part of
You may
PL.
be, and
It's
we
not
can certainly
part of
add
PLO.
that again. That's something. If the recommendation is you
Right.
add that as a conditional use, I think that would be reasonable.
But, the slightly disturbing thing is, we already have the traffic situation. This is being called a must because of the transit connection. It's just, but you've already said that unless there's some special efforts, that typically it's 15%. This is a lot more than a 15% increase in the density of the use on the site. And I don't know how we can plug into an ordinance ways that compel people using the complex to use public transportation. So it seems like it's just a great way to go from 500 to 800,000 square feet and call it.
Yeah. But Skip, you have to remember the location we're dealing with here too. You do have the Blue Route. You have a major highway that exits right into Prussia Road, which most of the traffic is going to be coming in on.
That's the problem, isn't it? But if it's a transportation district, then the whole township's a transportation district. There's roads everywhere, okay? And the Blue Route is not a toll road or anything like that.
But we specify.
Yeah, but you refer to the SEPTA stations.
Correct, and that's the only area in the township that has that.
So is that
type stations?
Spot zoning again? It
It's not
does.
spot zoning.
Guys, it's not spot zoning.
Okay, all right.
Spot zoning really it occurs in two situations. It's when you rezone land, meaning you make it a new zoning
It's a
district.
pejorative term I shouldn't have used.
Yeah,
I'll
but
back off it.
it's from. I'm not worried. John Rice is not worried that this constitutes spot zoning. There certainly are a whole bunch of policy issues that you guys need to worry about, but from that one legal issue, I don't think that's one we need to worry about.
It seems like we're calling it one thing, but it really means we get to put more space on the same lot. And it happens to be near the Blue Route, and it happens to be near two train stations. But how do we get the people to use the train stations? Because otherwise, that traffic is going to dump on poor old King of Prussia Road.
Or where's the talk about the dedicated exit ramp from the Blue Route? You're talking about the proximity to the Blue Route, but the very funnel you're talking about, Nick, is come down off of the Blue Route, okay, maybe from the, getting back on the Blue Route, I guess, is actually more the problem, because coming off of the Blue Route, you go straight in.
Straight across.
It's getting out of there to come back onto the Blue Route to go north. That come down and go east and go up is a nightmare now.
But you're talking about a small stretch of road we're talking about.
That's
we're not talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the
It has
problem. Cars don't fit on it. It's a small stretch of road.
I honestly don't know where you live, and I don't know where your office is. But I know that stretch, that small little stretch, impacts all of Lancaster Avenue, just about out to Wayne, and all the way down,
Susan,
way past Villanova.
I traveled, I would say, as some people say, I travel that road every single day. I live in Radnor. I drive past there almost every single day. I know what it's like, but I'm saying if the concern is traffic throughout Radnor, as I stated before, this is the one area in Radnor where we can permit development. It's not near residential areas. We have a major highway
right there. We're talking about coming off the major highway and going probably a quarter mile into the site. We're talking about coming out of the site. The locale is perfect for what is being proposed here.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the zoning of, was it the Penn Medical Center?
PLO.
That's also PLO? And what's the building where TV Guide used to be? That's the same thing?
That is Penn Medicine.
Penn Medicine,
Yeah.
okay.
TV Guide, the old TV Guide building's now Penn
And
Medicine.
the one that was, God, I'm showing my age here. It used to be Roland Elementary School?
That is a different zoning, I'm not
That was owned by the
positive.
school district.
That may be,
Decades ago.
yeah, I'm not positive, Doug. It
Okay.
may be PLO too.
I guess my question would be, if you, now, is the Chilton Building, God, I'm showing my
The
age here.
Chilton Building is.
That's PLO, or is
That's
that?
PLO.
So that whole
That's
area
part
in
of
there is that
this.
same thing? So it would, if
But
we were,
medicine wouldn't.
Penn Medicine would not.
At least according to the way this ordinance is drafted right now, because it is not adjacent to transportation.
my question was.
Now, again, if the board wished that recommendation be made, you can make that recommendation.
My question was going to be, if we were to decide to change it to something which is more like just a general office as opposed to PLO, would that constitute the kind of thing that would get us into trouble in terms of spot zoning?
No.
Because it's a similar kind of,
Right now, I mean, in the PLO, an office building is an allowed use.
it is.
Yes, it flat out is. There's no requirements or conditions attached to it. It just says office building. So I mean, what they're proposing here is they're actually expanding the number of uses you could use in PLO, which is you can have an office building, but along with that office building, you can put in a restaurant, you can put in a gym. So, and that's
They're currently prohibited?
But those already existed.
what?
Those already existed, a recreational area for the occupants. a
Yeah, but
cafeteria, other
but see,
service thing.
but the way I think Nick reads it, and if someone came to me and asked me, the way I read it currently is that if you have, like Wyeth was there, if Wyeth had their complex here, and Wyeth wanted a cafeteria, if Wyeth wanted to provide a gym for their workers, they can do that. What they can't do under the current ordinance is provide a gym, LA Fitness, that everyone in Radnor can join. They only can have a gym that Wyeth employees can use. They only can have a cafeteria that Wyeth employees can use. What they're proposing here is they're proposing an office building that on the first floor has, another restaurant.
Is there any-
Similar to
Black
the
Dog
555
Cafe.
building, the real tall building on Lancaster Avenue, just further up. I mean, you have, I don't know, one of those.
Sports Club,
Philadelphia
then if
Sports
you-
Club, you have several restaurants. Yeah.
So you're,
What is that zone? That's just in commercial,
I
right?
think PB, planned business, I believe.
What? Forgive the stupidity, why don't we just change the zoning of this one to that? PB? Or
because
is
they
that-
want to build a 91-high building and they can't.
Right.
Should we just have board discussion now? What do you want to do? Okay.
Do you want to go through the comments tonight? What's the goal?
I think that we should decide whether or not it's necessary to go through the comments. I haven't heard anything positive from anybody that this is something that the township wants or needs. I think if someone came to us and said, everything else is fine, but we really need a restaurant, I think we'd be fine with that. But that's not what this is. And I don't want to speak for anybody but myself, but I don't hear anything positive from anybody that this
Actually,
is something the
I
township
think
needs.
probably the township wants us to go through this, or it wouldn't be in front of us, quite truthfully.
They want us to, the township did not bring this to us. They did.
The township did not, the Board of Commissioners, just so you know, did not have any discussion. They brought it
They
up.
sent it to
And
us
they
first.
immediately sent it to us without any discussion. So we really have no idea what they think about this at all. They sent it immediately to our review.
I'm not saying we couldn't go
Well, there's
through
a
and
few-
talk about the points,
There's some
but
things here that I'm
like-
okay with. There's some others that I'm absolutely not okay with. And I think we ought to give them some consensus of where we stand on there with this at this point so they can go back and work on it. But I think going through, we all know traffic is a nightmare, and the traffic is driven by the amount of occupation of the building. So I think if you look at the size of the building and going forward with that, I think setbacks along, the setbacks possibly that they suggest for the parking lot and that stuff might be okay. But the height, that's another issue, because that really increases the density.
Yeah, but you could make a statement, for instance, if you wanted to, that we don't approve of this or recommend approval of this because it would increase traffic. We would entertain in the future a different amendment if someone chooses to send one forward that made some of these other changes, but did not increase the traffic from the existing zoning.
But I think maybe if there's a few things that really stick in your craw, we should let them know what they are, so that if, they're going to come back with something else, and I'm sure they will, maybe that could be worked on.
Planning Commission members, I can kind of give you the history as to how we got to this at this point. The applicant came in and met with staff, myself, Township Manager, Director of Public Works, and floated this idea as to possible redevelopment on the site, and we did think that it was a good idea and something worth considering. So we worked with them to put together this petition. They developed the language specifically to what they thought would be appropriate for this. We did take that in front of the commissioners, and the commissioners did think that this was something worthy of consideration, or they would not have forwarded this petition on to you for your review. So I think that they are looking for specific comments as to what you feel are the good merits of this ordinance and those that you find very objectionable. And that then would be a topic of consideration at a future commissioners meeting for the applicant to either go back and make revisions, or if the applicant would do that even prior to going to the commissioners at that point.
And then what we'd be remarking on would actually be the wording of this document, nothing really to do with the proposed plan.
Well, I think if there are things about the proposed plan that impact the language of the ordinance, then that would be something that you would want to comment on. We've heard a lot about traffic, and if there were some other use regulations that involved traffic improvements, then I think that those were things that you would want to comment on.
Okay.
But just to deny and pass off the ordinance because you're not happy with it and it doesn't get us anywhere from a traffic improvement standpoint, I don't think that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a little bit more detailed as to the language that you may find objectionable, or those that you do actually find that have some merit, that are some good ideas.
Okay, so I actually have comments, and they're not all negative, just so you know.
Can we go through it section by section?
Sure,
Yeah.
let's go.
And then
Before we even do
so-
that, I just have a couple questions. The plan that you have approved, that's the additional 100,000 square feet, does that require you to keep some of the buildings the way they are, or can you completely turn that all into office space the way that you're planning this, or is it different?
Several years ago, the plan that we got approved was really meant for Centacor and to keep Centacor and expand Centacor. So it really just gave a lot of flexibility to, if Centacor wanted to go more lab, we had the ability to go more lab. If they wanted to go office, they could go office. But it was really designed to try and grow and keep Centacor there. So they're leaving.
So that plan for you, you have no interest in pursuing that plan?
No interest at all.
And I guess two things stick out to me. One is that it is a significant increase over that. And traffic is really the main concern as a result of that. And the other is the idea that was proposed by Susan about potentially getting straight on to 476, or if, in my mind, I'm just saying, okay, we're close to the train, but what would make it more useful? Like if there was some way to position yourself so that you're as close as possible to the train, or provide a better walkway to the train, or coordinate with the people who are thinking of moving that train station and maybe support that project. Those are the types of things that could kind of offset that additional number of occupants. Do you know what I'm saying? Because already, even going from the additional, just changing over to a different type of use, even if you use the same square footage, you're going to have a big increase just by removing the labs. So I think you have to have more trade-off as far as giving you that extra above and beyond that 500,000. you have to have some kind of a trade, so that those are mitigated.
Right. Well, you have to remember, we still are in a suburban location, right? This is, even though it's a very highly dense suburban location, it's still a suburban location, not an urban location where, you basically can walk to work. It's not a live-work environment. One of the things that we will be selling to a new tenant will be the ability to basically get on 2 major rails. One tenant may actually think that's a tremendous amenity, and there could be another tenant that says, I'm doing a trading floor. All my guys they're gonna take their cars. It's not one tenant who's actually going to drive using mass transit.
Are you ready? In the first part, the purpose and the intent, I would really encourage you to look. I'm reading it. It's that you're going to have a planned development designed to encourage the development of transit-supportive, architecturally compatible office structures. Really look at Europe. I don't know. Look at where mass transit is much more highly used. There are conditions that are put in place. There are factors that are created in other cities that are much more dependent. And I understand that we're suburban, but if you're going to take advantage of being near the rail systems, really look at what are the factors that increase the use of the rails. It just dawned on me as I was listening to Regina speak. I know that down, for instance, at the Pentagon, down in Virginia, it's very common for the workers to be given subsidies to use the rails, to ride the buses. So be thinking about those. Now, maybe that's not what you put in here. I don't know how you put it. I don't know how you create that. But if your purpose and intent is to really create a transportation district, then you've got to be much more proactive, either in your actual development or some wording in this that raises the bar on increasing the numbers of people who are going to use the public transportation that's nearby. And you may have to consider putting, a stop right at your back door because people are just that lazy. A half-a-mile walk in Radnor in January does not feel good. That's my first comment about the first section.
I would like to see in the first section of a mixed-use special transportation development for it to specifically say that the benefit to the township would be attained by lessening of traffic problems in the township because of the high use of the rail lines, and then the traffic, there would be no negative impacts on the traffic.
How about any kind of tax relief for people using the rail?
My wife works at the Sierra Center. Her employer purchases the monthly pass with pre-tax dollars. She's still charged X, but there's no taxes to get to the X.
In the definition, again, maybe it's something along the lines of what Julia said, but there's, the structure itself is not the mixed-use special transportation. Maybe it's going to be mixed use, but that's not about the ST part of the thing. So, really think about what it is that's going to define this district, this subset, this development, whatever.
The one thing to chime in on that point is that what we have learned from an urban standpoint is that by creating things that are mixed use, it does help to turn that into a destination, which means that people could use mass transit to get to that point. And I believe there are plans, which you mentioned earlier, about connecting that to the mall and being able and being able to have those work together. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because I think that mixed-use component shouldn't be too quickly dismissed or minimized because it can have a big impact on some of the goals that you're talking about.
It could, but it could have the unintended consequences. If you have desirable retail and restaurant in there, it will increase traffic, not just during peak traffic times, but at other times as well. So we have to be careful of that. And before I forget, people have said there's no residential. There is one small neighborhood at the corner of King of Prussia Road and Radnor, Chester Road. It's a very small little area that I don't want people to lose sight of. There are actually a small number of homes behind that big courtyard wall. It's not right where you guys are, but they would definitely be impacted by, they already are impacted every day, but this would be a huge impact on them as well.
Okay, are we in section C now? I would like for, I don't know if the township would do it or perhaps the applicant, for them to consider a larger area, which might include Penn Medicine.
I have the same note here. Whether it's us, whether it's the township.
Because then, like, the people at Penn Medicine, I don't know what kind of deals they have, but they should be encouraged as much as possible to use the trains, and if there's a tax thing or whatever.
That's not township specific, though. I mean, I live in Radnor Township, and she gets the tax break, and it's not from the city of Philadelphia. Well, it is, but it's also from the federal government. It's from
Well,
the
there
state
might be
government.
other.
No, but just that notion of being, Penn Medicine at Radnor is on the west side of King of Prussia Road, but it's actually much physically closer to the Radnor rail station.
Right.
So if we're talking about a transportation district,
Do they have 10 acres?
I don't know the size of the property there. I just know that we have to maybe, should we be,
What do the neighbors have, Nick? Do you know what is, what I call the Chilton Building, and what's Radnor?
I think
bracket have?
Shelton has over 10. I think
Do you?
Radnor has
Okay.
over 10 also. I'm not quite positive. I don't know if Penn Medicine has over 10 or not. I can find that out.
That'd be
I have
good to
those
look
records
into.
somewhere on all of them, I think.
Anything else in C?
no?
D?
I do, yeah. 1C, restaurants including outdoor dining, I have a note here, I must have written it a couple of months ago, as regulated in 280-115-3, that must be outdoor, maybe that's our outdoor dining stuff that we did.
There's going to be one section for outdoor dining, so wherever outdoor dining is permitted, it's going to refer to one section. So further
Okay.
classifying that with a subsection wouldn't be necessary.
Okay, and then for E, every time I see the parking structure, I get reminded that we need to make the parking structures buildings so that they're subject to lighting and design setback regulations. Now, granted, this is one spot in the township where the light from a parking garage is not going to impact anybody from a, neighbor standpoint. But it was just something that I had in my stuff to consider.
But in B, it says a planned
But
office.
but we don't want light pollution, that's more of it.
Item B, it said a planned office development with multiple buildings. Isn't that already allowed?
It said an office building, so to avoid any ambiguity at all, I put multiple.
And do we need some kind of percentage breakdown?
Or what?
Well,
If it's
the
mixed
goal
use.
is, but the goal is it's really an office complex with the auxiliary buildings you need to support an office. But I wouldn't want this to become a huge building full of restaurants or a huge building full of gyms or.
Well, their plan was, it seemed as if it would turn out that the mixed uses would be accessory to their office building.
But that's
the
not
way
here.
this is written, this is mixed use.
Right.
Which is
Right.
different.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, remember, accessory would mean only used by the people in that office
you could have a
building.
Subway or
Obviously,
whatever.
it will be used
You could have a
greatly by
percentage.
You
those
could also
people,
have
but-
200,000 square feet of restaurants, which is what we don't want.
Right.
So how do we control that here? Because this doesn't control the percentages. And we wouldn't want one of our local PI institutions, I think is a great place to put a bunch of gyms and lease a space for them to have 700,000 square feet of gyms. So we want to try to avoid that.
I think we could probably come up with something like that.
Yeah, so I think you
That's
wanna
not a problem.
control
Yeah,
that.
but it was not
Thanks.
the intent to.
I mean, one suggestion I'd have to that is you could just limit those non-office uses to the first floor.
Great way to do it.
If that's something.
But there's some restaurants on the top floor of buildings, too.
Right.
So-
I mean, you could do that, but that's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
An easy, simple way. You don't
Our
have to
first-
calculate.
Yeah, bottom and top would be great, but not all, or not more than.
Well, probably a percentage would be a
Some
better
percentage.
approach.
Anything else in E?
Parking structures, what is the current height allowed in PLO?
It's probably 38, I would, well, yes,
I'd like
I
to
believe
stick
it'd be
with whatever the
38.
current
I believe it'd
zoning
be
is.
38, I think.
Yeah,
Where?
it doesn't define it clearly, but if you assume it as a building, as Susan had mentioned, then it would be the 38.
I'd like to stick with that.
I know I didn't focus on the number 2, the area yard and setback, because at the time I was so thrown by 91
Yeah,
feet.
that was, if I could just, I'm
Sure.
sorry, I want to
I was
no, I
going to
just-
try to
I-
explain it to how we came up with that. There's a little comment there, and I left the comments in, because of the additional lanes that we're adding, which is going to be added all, at this point, all on Biomed property. We were coming no closer to the existing King of Prussia Road than what already exists. So that's where that kind of language came from. Then, of course, I stated that we don't need setbacks if it was next to a railway. And then I don't recall what the current code provides, but I said 100 feet from a rear or side property line, which, again, you're just dealing with commercial properties. And right now it says 200 feet.
I guess all I would say, I personally know I need to think about number 2 more, a little bit more. So,
And we've been talking about the existing 91-foot building. How far is that set back right now, the existing structure?
From King of Prussia Road, it's approximately 225 feet. I can get you an exact number on it.
That's perhaps one of the reasons why everybody doesn't think of it as being as massive as it arguably is.
It's possible. We're not really coming, I think, any closer.
I don't think the massiveness bothers me. What bothers me is the occupation of the building.
yeah, I was going to say, the height
it's not
actually
the
doesn't
massive.
bother me. It's the,
I could go along with a height if we were reducing density. And according to the plan, we're not. We're increasing density.
So would you
And-
like to say that as you'd want the density to remain equal to what it is now in the PLO, or you wouldn't want the buildings to exceed a height that is existing now?
Well, the height that's existing now, I believe, is 35 feet. Not what's existing on the property as we speak.
I understand.
But as the PLO, I believe it's 35. But I don't have a problem with reducing the setbacks that abut the 476 or the train lines and so forth.
And I don't have a problem with reducing it either, but I don't think they should go to 0, because I can't picture in my mind how that's going to work, because I don't know how close PennDOT built those
Well,
highways
they have a
to
certain
their
right-of-way
line.
also there, so.
How close is that?
You can't encroach on their right-of-way.
Yeah, we can't build in their right-of-way anyway.
But how close is that to the highway? And how close
did they
does it
give
get?
themselves a 0?
I don't know how it
Did they
works.
I
give
don't think
themselves
so.
a 0
I wouldn't have- I don't
setback?
have
Well,
information.
PennDOT doesn't have any setbacks, but, so.
But I wouldn't want the 0 setback in case long-term there's ever a chance of putting a station here or a slip in here, and we
Right.
built the building so close, now we lose that opportunity, because that
Now,
would make it.
On the building area and impervious coverage, it says not more than 30% of the total lot area may be
the
occupied.
current- Yeah, that's current code.
Okay.
I believe I put that in there as current code. I didn't want to increase that.
And you
Yeah,
want
it's
to,
30%, yeah.
okay, and what do you want to take that to?
No, I left it.
Leave it.
I
Okay.
left it the
And-
same.
Well,
You know
aren't you, you're above that in this plan?
No,
I thought I read like 50% proposed.
no, we're the,
But you know what, Nick, in B, I think we've tried to get away from this not less than 45% shall be devoted to landscaping, that the inference there
yeah,
is that
that's, yeah, it shouldn't
55%
be.
max.
It should be, I'm going to say porous or pervious or, yeah, it's not really.
Landscape.
And there's
Well-
some question when you say landscaping too, what's landscaping? Does that
Well,
mean you
right,
have to?
but I think that in the roundabout way, it's trying to say that the max impervious coverage is 55%.
Yes, yeah.
We should state that.
Okay.
That not do the backwards math of 45% landscaping, but rather the max impervious is 55%, if that's the number, and we might change that anyway, but. And while I'm not bothered by tall buildings there, I mean, because of the far setback, in no way should you construe that that means I'd be okay with taller buildings in other parts of the township, just so you know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up about the precedent that we're setting here.
But I don't think we
I was not going
should-
to even answer that question.
I don't think we should put in higher buildings than what's currently allowed now, because then we have to do all the juggling of like, well, then how do we change the density so we don't end up with a lot more people and a lot more cars if we make the buildings taller? That shouldn't be our
we were
job.
talking-
You might not have been here the month that they had said, and not that it should drive our ordinance, we need to think about this. And that's why I said I'm not really ready to fully set to what I would do for height and all these things, but they had made it very clear, this project will not move forward if they don't have a certain amount of height.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Well,
I'm okay with them coming back with a more reasonable number, not us picking one. I think we should leave it how it is existing, and if they come back with another number that works but keeps the density down, we could consider that.
Okay. Now, there's one thing we're when we were talking about the institutional, we said if we gave in on a taller building, we would want a give back, and that would be deed restricted open space on there.
Right.
And
Which would be good, but, and that might be something,
well, we don't
want open
one
space
tall
here,
building.
but, you know.
School
Yeah,
district's always looking
91,
for
I have a
field
major
space.
problem with because
Build
you'd be
field.
filling 91, a building that's 91 feet tall.
I understand the concern. The concern isn't the height, the concern is the density.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we get clarification on what the planning commission members are talking about from density? Because when you look at the proposed plans, there's a reduction in density if you look at the intensity of building coverage or
We're
the...
looking at the number of people.
Square
Well,
footage, I think
and that's
is
what
we're
I'm
talking
asking,
about.
that if you're talking about density, that can be looked at multiple ways, from an impervious coverage, from a building coverage,
I'm
from
talking
a car
about-
coverage.
I think we mean occupation.
Car coverage, occupation, traffic. If-
Cars on the road, bodies in the seats.
Right.
Just so the board's aware, and I'm sure it doesn't take a whole lot to realize this, that the applicant obviously needs an increase in density to move forward with this development. I mean, that's why we're here, so.
I don't know if the riparian buffer, are there riparian
No,
elements?
there's not. I just included, again, according to current code, I just included
Well, in
it
case
back
we
in.
end up including other areas, I think we've changed this to 50 feet in other parts of our ordinance, so let's change it to 50, even though it doesn't apply to this particular.
Yeah, I don't think we have any issue with that.
Anything for E?
When I got...
There's no resident, at least on this area, there's really no, well, there
Right.
is a landscaped area. It's the same as what's existing, again, in consideration of where the new roads are going to be, the new lanes.
Is this the same? This
I think it
That's the
said
same, right?
It's the same, at least when you consider,
I thought
see
we
if
had
I can find
160
it.
max for
Yeah,
F.
but it was because of the lanes, that's why, because remember, we're giving
It was
additional
from-
lanes.
It was where it was measured from, which made it very ambiguous.
Right, it's 100, the code says 150 from a street right-of-way. What we're providing here, it's still the same distance from the existing King of Prussia Road, but again, because of the lanes, that's why it changes.
Are we on to the next thing?
Yeah, I think
Are
we're
we
down
in
to
three?
3.
3, why are you decreasing the parking spaces on the surface parking from down to 9 by 19 instead of 9.5 by 20, which is what our standard is for parking
Yeah,
space?
9, I'll turn to the architect on that, at least as to, 9 by 19 is what is permitted in the parking structure in the PLO district, but.
What about but I was talking
Go
about
ahead.
surface parking.
Go ahead.
Yep. What we did was we took a look at parking requirements globally, meaning we looked at other codes, whether it was Denver or anywhere else, to see what people were doing. The rationale being that we're trying to minimize the amount of asphalt that we have to put in place. Used to be in the past, asphalt was good, and you just asphalt over everything, because among other things, you could keep the weeds down. Today, people have learned that that's not really the best way to deal with things, particularly when it comes to stormwater management. So one of the ways that we can minimize that is by saying, look, let's look at the size of what's really needed, look at what kind of vehicles are being built today. So when you look at it, those spaces run anywhere from 8 by 16 for compact up to the 9 by 18 that we're proposing. So we're saying we think 9 by 18 is a perfectly reasonable size. We could build them bigger, but then we're just taking up that much more area. And that means that much more impervious surface.
I think we need to remain consistent with the rest of our ordinances. I mean, if, as a township, we want to change the size of the required parking space, then we do it all over. But
Well-
we don't change it just for one.
I don't
Area.
mind making the spots smaller here, but I'd rather see the ratio go up. Because I think our zoning code is light.
Okay. But I don't,
If it comes to,
but should we have
what we say, like
different size?
3.3 per thousand, when it comes to, I think it should be a minimum of 4.
Hey,
I think you
Ken-
guys are kidding yourselves, you build a building less than 4 per thousand, because you know what it's going to do to your leasing is going to be difficult. Exactly what you said, most people want 5 per thousand.
I think
So-
I'm fine with the compact cars having, I like that.
Yeah.
That's
So I
encouraged,
don't
for
mind
sure.
seeing them be less, but the size be less. I'd like to see the.
I don't mind the size being left, but I don't think it's fair to have it less in certain places and not others. I think it should be universal. And since we have it already established in our code at 9.5 by 20, is that what it is? I think we need to stick with that unless we're going to change that for what we consider a parking space.
You know, that's what we're doing with PI, though. Things we're going to look at PI are things we probably should change across the codes.
Well, that's going to come up, sure.
Well, I for sure want the compact cars in there.
And what percentage were you looking at?
And I'd love to see you have
4 per thousand?
at least one, if not two of those charging stations. I mean, things that will,
That's a good idea.
that are, you know, better for our environment, kind of a thing.
And do
You know-
note that the current PLO does permit, I think actually throughout the township where parking structure permitted is 9 by 19. They do allow 9 by 19 in the structure itself.
Structures.
Yeah. In the
Right.
parking structure, you're allowed 9 by 19. The loading, that's
I
just to
don't know
try
what
to
to
make
say
it
about the
consistent.
trucks.
Yeah, we tried to just make it
I wouldn't know.
consistent. That was kind of just us, because, again, I think when you look at your ordinance, both the land development and your zoning ordinance, you may want to look at berths. And we just kind of,
I defer to township staff on all issues
Yes.
of truck berths.
okay.
But the thing in here, the comment on the side where it sounds like saldo and zoning are inconsistent with requirements for the officer
That is
coding.
my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, but I wrote that in there. That's my opinion. If you look at it, they are inconsistent, but again, it's still an opinion by me.
All right. Here's my last big comment that I had. Was signs. 4B, wall signs. I
And
won't-
just the thought, just so you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Susan, but just to give the idea, remember, these are going to be backing up on the Blue Route.
That's okay. My comment doesn't have to do with the
Okay,
blue route,
fine.
other than to say, I want to exclude any lit electronic signs, even ones facing the limited access highway. I am not a fan of big flashing billboard lights and signs. Anyway,
think that was the
so
intent of it.
I get it. You might have a big sign on the back of the building facing out the blue route. That makes sense.
And
I don't want to
that's
see
fine.
them.
So you're okay with a sign, you just don't want it backlit or something? Or
I don't want
lit?
electronic. I don't want
As
to
long as
see.
it's like identification sign and not advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
It's an identification sign.
I know, I
Yeah,
just
that's
wanted, you know, there's been a little bit of talk about electronic signs in the
They'll say
airspace.
Biomed Building or the tenant's name or something like
Right,
that.
like
probably.
Microsoft comes in, they want to sign on the building.
And of course they do.
We don't want electronic billboards.
I don't want electronic
Yeah, we're
billboards.
not.
In fact, that whole highway is a scenic highway, that's the reason it doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I recognize houses aren't there, but it's a whole contributory thing. Separate from the ordinance, but I was thinking about this with the traffic, and something that Julia had said about the high school kids, and I follow the school district stuff very closely. And I know you've had conversations, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
and
that you
just so
did.
you know,
I know, I
we
did. I
were-
was at the
yeah,
facility
okay.
meeting. I know all about it, so it's good. Thank you for that. But you might want to really consider working with the school district and getting, you know, as much of their traffic to be utilizing Radnor Chester Road or other, you know, other ways to, anything that you could throw money at, that the, you know, that makes the traffic better for that part of the, you know, that side of the street, because the district doesn't have money, the school district doesn't have money, is going to help, you know, your situation here. And we already know that if you really go forward with this, you're spending a lot of money. So, you know, just keep that conversation going with helping out the
And
school
remember,
district's
there is a
traffic.
proposal for a light at Radnor Chester.
Yeah,
and-
there's
and
bunches
Raider
of
Road.
things they're trying to deal with over there. But the part I was following up with Julia is that to the extent that we can separate the kid traffic, because they do tend to use the back part from the front traffic,
With the
except for
buses.
one lot in the front, the majority of kids use Radnor Chester Road because that's where their parking is. So to the extent you can separate kids from your 5-lane highway, that's a good thing.
Can I ask Kevin, are the kind of comments we've made on this, or is this what you think would be helpful for the commissioners going forward?
No, I do. I think that this is exactly what we were looking for from that, as well as some more high-level comments as far as, you know, general traffic concerns that you have and the traffic improvements that you think that would be appropriate for this type of development.
And one other sort of higher level comment, that I'd like to make, just more of a general comment, is that if the township is considering a change to this kind of ordinance, we need to take a step back and make sure we've considered all the areas in the township. We'd want our staff or another consultant to do that, and make sure that we're not overlooking another area in the township that might be very well suited to this kind of a development that encouraged more transportation alternatives.
Those discussions have begun. I know that the applicant has been in contact with Brandywine on just some general discussions to what extent they've had any serious discussions or not about looking at maybe a larger area for this, which would include areas outside of the PLO and part of the PB districts. So that is something that we are already looking at, kind of on a parallel stream with this one. So not to derail this project, but kind of looking at two things running side by side.
And whether it's us as a group, and maybe that's not the most productive, or maybe it's Peter or Kevin, I mean, somebody does need to go through our existing PLO and make sure that that we're not creating inconsistencies. I mean, I see the thing with the parking structure. I see that as an inconsistency. Maybe
it would not be an inconsistency if it's specific use regulations under the new use. Then those regulations would apply and the others wouldn't. And maybe it's a clarification that where there's conflicting language in other parts of the ordinance, those under this subsection would hold. That's an easy modification to the language. But if you'll find that throughout the ordinance where one district allows something uniquely different than what the same use is permitted in another district, because it's, let's say the Wayne Business Overlay is going to treat something similar than what the Garrett Hill Overlay would treat. The same type of, whether it's a setback or it's a sign, but because it falls within the Wayne Business Overlay, it would apply to that. Similarly, those use regulations coming underneath this new use would apply solely to this use and not the general guidelines under the general ordinance.
And that phrase is in C, the last sentence of C provides that this ordinance shall control, so to avoid any conflict or ambiguity between the current PLO.
And one other small comment, it's really insignificant on all the other large problems. On D, under signs, where it says for each building, one freestanding ground sign shall be permitted containing only a tenant's and landlord's name, address, logo, and/or telephone number. I don't know why you need the telephone number on a freestanding sign out in front of the building. I would limit it more to perhaps just the names are there, and then when you go inside, you can see where they're located.
It's probably a website nowadays.
Yeah.
Probably is. Now, do we want to see this again, or are we comfortable enough that this
No, I
can
think
go
we
up to
should pass it on
commissioners?
through, and
I mean, as far as conceptually, one more time with Nick's changes, and then we'll see where we go from there. Any questions?
So I'm sorry, so we're going where with it? Or?
One more time back to here.
Okay.
These changes and
Well,
back
as I
to
said,
us.
the one big issue, and that I don't know how we're going to resolve it, is density. How do we approach that? And that's, a lot of these things, obviously, I think we can work on. But the issue, as I said, if this could be neutral, obviously we can't do it. It just makes no sense from an expense standpoint. Or
What
from
level,
trying to
what
do.
density increase do you need? I mean,
What we're
it's
showing.
Clearly the more the better. We basically have, we bought the facility for $90 million. We're not going to be able to recoup, that investment back, not even given the density that we're asking for. If we don't get the density, we're certainly not going to tear these buildings down and build new. That's definitely not economically feasible for us. So, if we didn't get the density, we'd probably just have to do a, modification or a retrofit to the existing, buildings.
I was going
Slide
to
it
ask
out.
you about that. I'm not into, commercial real estate, none of this stuff. I mean, do you honestly believe that there's a market for this amount of office space in suburban Philadelphia? I mean, or are you is this just going to shift office space from buildings we already have in Radnor or other, kind of close by communities to yours? I mean, are you really thinking that this is bringing new economic vitality, or are people going to move from 555 over to your building and we're no better off? economically, the township?
Economically, we think, having, new Class A product is the only way you will attract, anybody into an area. So if you have a shire that basically is looking around for 500,000 square feet, you are not going to be able to attract them to a location without, essentially having a new product. If that tenant is looking from, has a search from Philadelphia all the way to Cherry Hill, again, you're not going to be able to, attract them without Class A product. What we do know, this is not, a lab market anymore. So we're going to abandon that. What we see around the country, in the 13 million feet that we have, and this location just we'd never be able to fill it. It'd be vacant for many, many years. If it was lab, yeah, it would just be another very large lab facility that a farm abandoned, like they're all over in Jersey and unfortunately some around in Philadelphia too.
I think in your first presentation to us, you indicated that the vacancy for Class A was like 7% in Radnor.
That's right.
Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know.
Yeah, anything under in anything single digits is very good.
Very good. But King and Prussia's by 30%, so it's very good. And there's no big blocks of space. Even that 7% are all small spaces. So we're going to attract new business to Radnor. Number one, as these gentlemen mentioned before, I think our newest building in Radnor is 30 years old. We don't have a new building, number one. We don't have any big blocks of space. So there was a big tenant. There's virtually no chance of coming to Radnor.
And then, I guess, Kevin, from community development standpoint, and not that it's an ordinance issue, but, aside from the money that's generated from the fees associated with building such a big development, does the township reap benefit from having, what's our financial benefit?
It'll be reassessed.
Okay, property gets reassessed.
Well, I think you're looking at earned income taxes, and there's that whole trickle-down effect of just the wages.
We don't have earned income in Radnor.
Just the general types of
business tax. Thank you.
Business privilege tax.
So business privilege tax.
There has not been a financial analysis done on the financial fiscal impact that this development or that this ordinance would create, and whether or not that would be something that you'd be interested in.
No, I was just, curious. Unlike development at the institutions, which doesn't, permit fees, sure, but beyond that, it doesn't do us a whole lot of good and often puts pressure on the infrastructure. You have reason to believe that development here, the benefit financially would outweigh the infrastructure, at least to the police and things like that. I would think, if business privilege tax alone, right?
Yes, I would think from that standpoint. We're also looking at other infrastructure improvements that would need to go along with this in order to lessen those impacts.
And since 2/3 of the money will go to the school district, then they won't have to increase the school taxes as often.
Well, it's about money, but this is part of planning. Is thinking about what's best for Radnor and making sure we have viable, a viable tax stream. That's one of the things we get knocked for here is we don't have a lot of that.
Well, yeah, but we also have to weigh that with the quality of life.
Absolutely,
and
Kathy,
somehow make it work. Yeah.
Believe me, I do that.
No,
any other comments?
Last one.
Go ahead, Skip.
Because I want to go home too.
Promise.
I promise. On the transit side, just because there's a study going on about how to integrate the two lines doesn't mean that maybe Charlie, who we're going to see on Thursday, or someone else has an idea of how to make the stations much more accessible, whether that means a covered walkway that you might say, is this a folly?
Shuttle.
Or a shuttle.
Shuttle. A better use of the bus. You guys didn't mention the bus at all, and the bus lines run right down Route 30. Yeah, I don't know where it stops, but I don't think that's convenient either. So,
but just providing a shuttle can help. But there might be ways, physical changes to the way that the stations connect to the site, and that a consultant can spot. That's been done in 50 other cities and just not here. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you again. Any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, before we head the public comment, I want to
Yes,
let
sir.
you know that the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee will be reviewing this at a special meeting coming up specifically to offer you some comments
Okay.
and some recommendations prior to your next meeting.
Great.
So that is something that we had scheduled for that to happen.
Great.
Hi, Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's, and I utilize the area, including the septic station, often. I'd like to ask you to emphasize a lot of the negative comments you had earlier to the board, give them a balanced look at what is a definite congestion-causing idea. And most of it's pretty obvious. But I wanted to mention the fact that the schools are out practicing in those fields, and no matter how wide you make King of Prussia Road, at rush hour they're going to sit, and the Pike's going to sit longer, and they're going to sit all the way back to Aberdeen, and all the kids are breathing that every day. I watch it all day. They stopped letting them jog on Lancaster Pike, but if they're practicing softball or soccer, they're going to be breathing that. That's a factor that I hope you'll consider, because I know that volume is what you're looking at, and I think you should be as strict as possible. I think also that if you would, I know that it's 91 feet at present, a 91-foot building that's very, what do they call that, set off. There's all kinds of offsets because it's a bunch of laboratory compressors and things. Those are offsets. That thing blends into the background. It looks like a tree. But if you have a stark 300-foot, well, to some people, if you have a stark 300-foot wide office building, there's that and the Chilton location are the two highest spots in Radnor. I don't think that the Blue Route buffers that. We're used to tree line, and our comfort level matters a lot. I also wanted to mention the fact, well, laboratories are out, but perhaps not. And the riparian buffer here, I don't know how you can, and I'm not up on it, but the logistics of riparian are pretty rigid in our code. And they're resetting it at 35 feet. But I wish you'd take all consideration or just refer it to the code, because that is a stream untouched. It actually begins over in Villanova, comes through the triangle. If you call it the triangle, that is bordered by SEPTA, the Blue Route, and the 100. It's unused land, and that is my other major question. Is this district planned to, does the PLO go back to the Blue Route? In other words, across the 100 line. Does anyone know that? Across the trolley line, you've got a 5-acre swath. Just wondering, because that would be another tasty 400,000 square feet that you want to consider when you're looking around the township, seeing where this might affect us. And lastly, the SEPTA parking. SEPTA will benefit hugely from this, and the fact is that SEPTA has a great advantage, and all incentive could be applied. I don't think this project is viable, but SEPTA can just add cars. They've been doing it for 3 years now on the 100 line, and they can do it on the R5 whenever they want. They have an infinite amount of manpower, load space. However, could the applicant return some parking? The 100 lot has been full for the 10 years I've been walking through it. It maxes out every day. There's only 12 spots. Would they be willing to make it 24 spots? And lastly, there is another traffic thing you've got to consider about the new Agnes Irwin Field. And indeed, the bottleneck under the R5, but all the feeder roads. We all know that people don't come on the Blue Route from Conshohocken and Plymouth Meeting. They still use Masson Ford, many of them, or they get off and take the last leg up Masson Ford. They're coming from Tredyffrin down the Pike, down Upper Gulf. This is quite a mess that you're looking at if you're going to add, 3,000 car trips per day. Thank you. I hope you'll just table it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any old business? Any new business? Motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor?
Second.
Aye, thank you very much.